To all the peeps close to me and dear to me, the ones that's been there for my whole life, the ones that came later in my life, yeah. I appreciate all the blessings God has given me, and I want to repay it to you like this. Clap your hands. Everybody clap your hands. Introducing. This is the joint where we give shout-outs to all the peeps. Spread some love to the ones. Yo, check it. If I just ruled the world, I would give y'all everything. Yes, we going out. We going out just like that. Yeah. We going out. We going out just like that. Yeah. This is kind of like a prayer. Going out to all the peeps close to me and dear to me, the ones that's been there for my whole life, the ones that came later in my life, yeah. I appreciate all the blessings God has given me, and I want to repay it to you like this. Clap your hands. Everybody clap your hands. Introducing. This is the joint where we give shout outs to all the peeps, you know what I'm saying? You know we couldn't do this joint without spreading some love to the ones. Yo, check it, Leah. If I just ruled the world, I would give y'all everything. Yes, we going out. We going out just like that. Yeah. We going out. We going out just like that. Yes, we going out. We keep it moving like that. Yes, y'all, we going out. We gon' keep moving it just like that. Yeah. This is kind of like a prayer going out to all the peeps close to me and dear to me, the ones that's been there for my whole life, the ones that came later in my life, yeah. I appreciate all the blessings God has given me, and I want to repay it to you like this. Clap your hands. Everybody clap your hands. Introducing. This is the joint where we give shout outs to all the peeps, you know what I'm saying? You know we couldn't do this joint without spreading some love to the ones. Yo, check it, Leah. If I just ruled the world, I would give y'all everything. Yes, we going out. We going out just like that. Yeah. We going out. We going out just like that. Yes, we going out. We keep it moving like that. Yes, y'all, we going out. We gon' keep moving it just just like that, that. Yeah. This is kind of like a prayer going out to all the peeps close to me and dear to me, the ones that's been there for my whole life, the ones that came later in my life. Yeah, I appreciate all the blessings God has given me, and I want to repay it to you like this. Clap your hands, everybody clap your hands. Introducing, this is the joint where we give shout outs to all the peeps, you know what I'm saying? You know we couldn't do this joint without spreading some love to the ones. Yo, check it, clear. If I just ruled the world, I would give y'all everything. Yes, we going out. We going out just like that. Yeah. We going out. We going out just like that, that. Yes, we going out. We keep it moving like that, that. Yes, y'all, we going out. We gonna keep moving it just like that, that. Yeah. This is kind of like a prayer going out to all the peeps close to me and dear to me, the ones that's been there for my whole life, the ones that came later in my life. Yeah, I appreciate all the blessings God has given me, and I want to repay it to you like this. Clap your hands, everybody clap your hands. Introducing, this is the joint where we give shout outs to all the peeps, you know what I'm saying? You know we couldn't do this joint without spreading some love to the ones. Yo, check it, clear. If I just ruled the world, I would give y'all everything. Yes, we going out. We going out just like that. Yeah. We going out. We going out just like that, that. Yes, we going out. We keep it moving like that, that.
Alrighty. Yo, what's up, everybody? Sorry about that. I had a little had some technical difficulties. So I'm on another computer right now. I was on my phone. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me see. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Yo, can y'all hear me good? Okay. I can see y'all can hear me. Great. Yes. It's been an interesting day. I got by the way, check this out. This is incredible. Donnie just informed me that here, let me show y'all. As a matter of fact, it's right here. He said, I'm actually blocked on that channel, for the record. I had no idea, brother. That's a new thing. When did that happen? Let me know about it. But thanks for telling me, because when I just looked in, just now, I saw Shaka was blocked on both his channels. So you know that can't be an accident. And a few other people too. I had to remove all the wrenches. So if some of y'all realize, Donnie, you still got a wrench. I actually had a chance to put your name back in, actually. Let me do Andrea too as well. Um, it's so important that those of you who have a wrench inform me. If you're going to block somebody, um, inform me. Come on, you know what I'm saying? I don't know who would do that. Um, yeah, I have no clue who would do that. But let me open up the normal YouTube browser so I can give some you. Well, Donnie, you got it, but Andrea back her wrench. Yeah, that is mysterious. So what I did was just remove everybody from the wrench thing just to avoid any problem. Trying to figure out who that was, and we'll deal with that later. But yeah, let me turn that down. So let me see here, Andrea. Boom. What does it say here? Add as a moderator. Boom. Right. Okay. So let me see here. That had to be a standard moderator. And so apparently because of the rules, I'm also somewhat new to YouTube. So yeah. So let me see something here too. Donnie, what is Donnie? Is Donnie add as a moderator? Okay. Okay. So managing moderator too. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just gonna give everybody managing moderators, because then you can block messages, you can put people in timeout, but you won't be able to block them from the channel. Yeah, I didn't realize that before, but in any case, I'm back. So everybody's back. Yo, if you get the word to Shaka, let them know. Sorry about that. Actually, I talked to him yesterday, man. I don't even think Shaka noticed. And yeah, he's busy. But when somebody blocks a person, it might take them a little bit of time to notice that they've been blocked. So thanks, Donnie, for letting me know. And we back on it now. Let me just fix my own system settings also here regarding the audio. There we go. Yeah, here we go. There we go. We good. We good now. Now things starting to sound all right. Okay, so let's go. Let me see if I can find this. Is it a clip? Oh, as a matter of fact, it is a clip. So let me go here and see if I can find urban politician. I had a chance to hop up on Urban Politician's show, and that was really nice for the first time. I think I played one of his clips once before, so so I do watch his show from time to time, and I actually was smart enough to record it because I don't see the live, and I don't see the live up anymore. Let me see something. Do y'all see this? Let me put this up on the screen. Here we go. I don't see the live from this morning there, and I wanted to play it, but I do have it on my phone. So I did record it. So let me see here. Let me go. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go over here and pull that up from my drive. I put it up on yeah, here we go. Here it is right here. Let me see. Let me download this one. Boom. Come on. And should be 2 seconds, and then I can throw it up. Hope everybody's having a good day. Yeah, I'm just doing some arranging up in here. I'm about to get to it. 2 seconds now. That's downloaded. Let me see if I can throw that up on the screen now. Video file. Where would that be? Downloads. Right. I think it's this one. See if I can get it up on the screen. Can y'all hear this? Let me turn this down 2 seconds. Okay, this is not the right one. Hold on 2 seconds. Let me pull up the right one. That's not the right one. Stop. Move from the studio. Let me see here. Boom, boom, boom. Is this the right one? Was this the right one? Let me do one more thing. I know what I can do to make sure I got the right one. Here, let me rename that real quick. This is it. Yes, this was the one. Let me see. Rename. We call this one VB. Yeah, so I was on the brother's show and he was talking about, you know, the political situation in the country. And, you know, of course, different people had their different views on that, but he was highly frustrated about the Democrats or upset about the Democrats or angry about the Democrats, whichever word you want to throw in there. You feel free to pick the word you think matches best for you, right? But for me, he seemed frustrated and aggravated and angry about the Democratic Party. So he was having a Democratic Party discussion. Aha, I picked the wrong one. I see. Yeah, he was having a Democratic Party discussion. And let me see if this is it. And this one already downloaded. Can you hear it? You know what? I got to change my Kodak. This is crazy. I didn't even load. I think it's got something to do with my Kodak here. Let me see. Mac. For MP FIA. I think it has to be converted. Yeah, this is something. Oh, you know what I could do? I got something. I got another way to do it. I can just pull it up on my daggone phone and let y'all hear it. Let me see something here. Let me turn the camera on. Maybe that'll work. Make it go a little better. Let me see something here. What's up, y'all? I'm just in my son's room. Let's see. Let me get this camera right so it's not a total mess. 2 seconds. I can pull this off the screen. Also, is that here? Yeah, I'm just getting used to this Mac, actually, you know? And I just got it set up the other day, just 2 days ago. So let me see something here. Let me fix this shit a little bit better too. It was a little windy when I was outside. Okay, can y'all hear me? Let me just take this off again and see if you can hear me. See, okay, you got the levels now. I'm gonna pull this up on my phone and play it because that did play. And so let me see here. Let's see here. Where the heck is that at? Gallery. He gets that image. Can you hear it? After they retire, he can fall back. We don't see him anymore. Or he can use that role model platform to do other things. Can you see? What is what's the call it been doing with that? B Betty, back up real quick. B Betty, back up real quick. Make sure you got a shirt on. Scott Tower, cut your cam on in the backstage. Okay, you good, B Betty? B Betty good. Scott Tower, cut your shit on in the backstage. I can't see you. B Betty, I'm bringing you on.
Hey, what's up, blood? Good to talk to you, man. Thanks for having me up, too, man. Yeah. And I just want to tell you, bro, I don't have no problem with your opinion. Like you said, you got the right to your opinion. And as another black man, I don't have no issue with that. I don't even sweat over that. It's not an issue. Everybody has an opinion. It's not special. It's your right. But you did ask some questions And I think it's a little bit of confusion out there. And I'm only saying it for people that want to hear it, right? Because I love my people too, right? Now, here's the thing. Right now, it's been $4 billion in 21 allocated by Biden and Harris to Black and migrant farmers. That's the language in the allocation. Trump lawyers have been holding it up for damn near 3 years now, calling it racist because of the language Black and minorities. And guess what they're doing? They have plenty of white people, regular white folk that are farmers saying, you can't do that. You can't give Blacks and minorities. They're saying that.
Now, I wish that his stream was still up. Let me go over to here so you can see that his stream is not up. The live stream that he had this morning about Charlemagne, it's not here. I don't know if you can see that, y'all, but it's not here on his page. So what you're hearing right now is not available on his page anymore. And actually, you know, I don't think his view is different from what you hear often on the internet. You know, there's two views that you prominently hear now on the internet, right? And one view is from people that follow politics, right? They really do follow it. And what I mean, like, is follow it to the degree that they understand how the law works, you know, the political system, right? Now, you know, so you got that view, which I coined that, people that don't really understand how the legal process is working, so often get frustrated. But even people that understand how the process works should be frustrated because, you know, within that legal system, there should be a means of satisfying most taxpayers, you know, but making life good for most taxpayers, making life good for citizens. In my view, whether you're Democrat or Republican, there's no excuse for that whatsoever, because the United States of America is the richest country on earth. It's the most powerful country on earth. You know, now I don't know if he would agree with that. I don't know. To me, it doesn't sound like, I didn't hear him recite a lot of data on his program, so I'm not sure if he would agree with that thought, that the U.S. is the most powerful country on earth, is the wealthiest country on earth. We didn't get into that into the chat, but you can hear, I wanted to play the lead up. So I wanted to play to you the whole video. I only recorded this because I wanted to get my part since I was hopping up, right? And thankfully I did, because I did it thinking, shit, maybe they take it down. Maybe you take it down. I don't know. Not saying for any particular reason, but people do that from time to time for whatever reason. Maybe they don't want to get a strike or something like that from YouTube. Maybe he was cursing a lot. So, but what he was, the question he was posing, which is a typical question, is what have Democrats done for the Black community? And in my view, he was trying to ask that question within so many words, and he wasn't really that direct, but he, as you will hear, he leads into that, you know. So let me play some more. I came up when I heard that, I was seeing that in the chat. I was, and so for me, I was like, you know, on my shit in the chat, and I was saying like loads of stuff like, hey, you know, Democrats have been doing something, and Trump and the Republicans have doing almost everything to stop anything that the Democrats would do. Now I'm gonna go ahead and continue to play.
I don't believe that's right, but it's been held up. Just read the papers, bro. The facts are there. I could put it in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of things that's actually being said that's not really accurate.
Let me play that back.
Like you said, you got the right to your opinion. And as another Black man, I don't have no issue with that. I don't even sweat over that. It's not an issue. Everybody has an opinion. It's not special. It's your right. But you did ask some questions, and I think it's a little bit of confusion out there. And I'm only saying it for people that want to hear it, right? Because I love my people too, right? Now, here's the thing. Right now, it's been $4 billion in 21 allocated by Biden and Harris to Black and migrant farmers. That's the language in the allocation. Trump lawyers have been holding it up for damn near 3 years now, calling it racist because of the language black and minorities. And guess what they're doing? They have plenty of white people, regular white folk that are farmers saying, you can't do that. You can't give blacks and minorities. They're saying that. I don't
Now, hold on.
believe that's right.
Right.
But it's been held up.
Now, for the people that's been saying, what have the Democrats done for black people? Yo, you have to understand that question as it's posed in that precise way, it doesn't even make sense. And the more that you follow what's going on in politics, actually, the court system, the House, the Senate, the presidency, and the court system, those are all functioning bodies, opposing bodies, equal branches, right? Now, here's the reason why I mentioned that. If you ask what has Biden and Harris done for black people, or what have Democrats done for black people, there's one group or a small segment that want the words black to be there. They want the words to be, we're doing this for black people, period. And then they want somehow the president to do that. The president only has the power of the executive office. That is to sign bills, to veto bills from the Senate, right? Or to make an executive order. But executive orders can be fought in the Supreme Court, and they're fought in the courts, and they're fought every single day. Every single day. You have to know that. Trump has lawyers, the Republicans have lawyers out there actively trying to stop anything that Democrats do. And I'm going to pull this up on the screen. Let's go back to ChatGPT, y'all, just for the information, so you don't think I'm just making it up. Of course, the people that follow me, that come to this channel, know I don't make shit up. I show and prove. I don't just yappity yap. And also, I get frustrated too from time to time. That's not a shot at urban politicians. I'm just saying in general, people that come here know I show and prove. I don't just talk things that I don't know and that I cannot show and I cannot prove. So here, let's pull up ChatGPT. Let's see here. I wish you could have two things open at the same time from the web browsers, but let's check. Let's go here. ChatGPT, boom. I'm not in there? Come on. 47 Google. Can y'all see this? Okay, it's up on the screen. Now, let's see here. Did Biden pass a $4 billion rescue act for, no, not pass, sign. Did Biden sign, or Biden administration, let's say that. Did Biden or his administration sign a $4 billion rescue act for Black and minority farmers? And what is the outcome? Why has no action been taken yet to provide relief? Hope y'all can see that. I'm gonna let the audio play too. I hope I'm having a little, setup issues here for this Mac, but I'm going to hopefully the audio plays. If not, I'm going to read it out to everybody. Let's see here. Here it is. All right. So y'all can see it now better. Here we go. Here we go. So, oh, it's still typing. Oh, that's great. It's got a lot of information on this. I mean, this is an example, right? And it's important to understand and look at examples because examples give you an idea how many things work, how stuff works in general. Here we go.
Yes, the Biden administration did take steps to provide significant relief to Black and minority farmers through the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. This act included a provision for $4 billion in debt relief for socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers, which encompasses Black, Hispanic, Native American, and Asian American farmers. This measure aimed to address long-standing disparities in the agricultural sector, where minority farmers have historically faced discrimination in accessing loans and other financial assistance from the USDA. Background on the relief measure. The $4 billion was intended to cover up to 120% of the outstanding debt of these farmers and ranchers, helping to offset the economic hardships they have endured, partly due to systemic discrimination and partly due to the pandemic. This relief was seen as a critical step towards rectifying some of the historical injustices faced by minority farmers. Legal challenges and delays. However, the implementation of this relief has been delayed due to legal challenges. Several lawsuits were filed, arguing that the debt relief provision was discriminatory against white farmers. These lawsuits resulted in injunctions, effectively halting the distribution of the funds.
What?
The court's decisions have centered around the argument that providing debt relief based on race constitutes reverse discrimination, which violates the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution. Outcome and current status. As a result of these legal challenges, the debt relief funds have not been dispersed to the intended recipients. The Biden administration has faced criticism from both the farmers expecting the relief and those who oppose the measure. In response, the administration and Congress have sought to revise the program to address the legal concerns while still providing the intended support. This led to the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022. Which replaced the race-based debt relief with a broader relief program that does not explicitly prioritize any racial group, but focuses on farmers in financial distress. This shift was an attempt to make the program legally defensible while still offering relief. However, this change has caused frustration among many Black and minority farmers who felt that the original intent of the program to address specific racial inequities was being diluted. Why no action yet? The primary reason for the delay in providing relief has been the legal battles that arose from the original structure of the debt relief program. The court's injunctions prevented the USDA from moving forward with the debt cancellations, and the legal process has been slow. Additionally, the restructuring of the program to comply with legal standards has taken time, contributing to the delay in delivering the promised relief. In summary, while the Biden administration did sign a $4 billion relief package for Black and minority farmers, its implementation has been delayed due to legal challenges.
There you have it, folks.
The situation highlights the complexities involved in addressing historical inequities within the framework of current legal standards.
Hey, there you have it, folks. There you have it. And I really hope that that people listen to this. Anybody and everybody, because this is just an example of how things work in reality, not in your mind, right? Now, this package, because of the language, because it was specifically in language addressing Black and minority farmers, it's been stalled by the courts over the legal language. And yes, it's that simple. They're saying that it is racist to outline Black or minorities or any group, right? Any race, or if they call it racist or xenophobic, whatever you want to call it, discriminatory. They're saying that it's discriminatory. And in fact, the language that they used was racist. They said that's what the courts are saying. And these courts, these battles are being fought in different states, y'all. in different states. And who's behind it? Do you think that's Democratic people, lawyers behind it? Who do you think is behind that? Let me see here. Let me go back. How many cases have been filed in the USA court system that oppose, there we go. Oppose the, now what was this called? The American Rescue Plan Act. The American Rescue Plan Act 2021. $12 federal lawsuits. Okay, that's important to know. It's been 12 federal lawsuits passed to oppose the American Rescue Act for Black and minority farmers of 2021, signed into law by President Biden in 2021. It's been held up in the courts for almost 3 years now by Republican lawyers, pretty much Trump lawyers, pretty much. And they're saying it's racist. So for those of you asking the question, what has Biden or Harris, as the vice president, done for Black people? It is quite obvious you don't know what their job is and how their job works. They're lawmakers. The Congress writes the laws. It goes to the Senate. The Senate sees if it meets the legal criteria in the country. You know, that's what their job is to do. They look at it according to their view, and then they bring it to the president. The president has lawyers too. The executive branch has lawyers too. Did you know that? They also examine these things. And then the president decides, does he support it or not? And the president can sign it. If all that doesn't happen, the only thing the president can do is make an executive act, and that can end up in the courts too. Don't you know that? Don't you know that? It's your country. It's your country. You should know that. You're complaining about your country. No problem. I've been complaining about this shit longer than you. But you should know that, because that's important. That speaks to how you're complaining and the effectiveness of your complaining. Because don't you know, you can also complain with a vote. You can vote for a congressperson to do what? Impeach lawyers. You can also support lawyers to take the United States government to The Hague, to the UN. Yeah, they could be found wrong because the UN has said that the United States owes African Americans reparations, and they outlined it, what the effects are today that stem from it. But a lot of people say F the UN. So it's so easy to say F this and F that when you never read it. It's so easy to say F this and F that when you really don't know what you're saying. F you too. And I'm not talking to urban politicians now. I'm talking to everybody. It's easy to do that. It's much harder to know what you're talking about when you talk about it. That's harder. You see, I used to also have that frame of mind. I used to also have that frame of mind based on what I didn't know, based on my own ignorance. I'm encouraging you to not do that. I'm encouraging you to not do that. Before I hop off this chat GDP, let's play this part. I asked how many cases have been filed in the US court system that oppose the American Rescue Plan Act.
Several lawsuits were filed in opposition to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, particularly targeting the provision that offered debt relief to socially disadvantaged farmers based on race. These lawsuits generally argued that the provision was discriminatory against white farmers and violated the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution. Number of cases filed. As of the latest available information, at least 12 federal lawsuits were filed challenging the debt relief provision under the American Rescue Plan Act. These lawsuits were filed across various states, including Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Wisconsin, and others. Key cases. 1. Wynn v. Vilsack, Texas, one of the first major lawsuits filed by Sid Miller, Texas Agriculture Commissioner, on behalf of white farmers. 2. McKinney v. Vilsack, Tennessee. A group of farmers from Tennessee challenged the provision. 3. Joyner Vilsack, Florida. White farmers in Florida argued the debt relief provision was unconstitutional. 4. Fava Vilsack, Wisconsin. A lawsuit was filed by a group representing white farmers in Wisconsin. Court decisions and injunctions. In several of these cases, federal judges issued preliminary injunctions that halted the implementation of the debt relief program. These injunctions were based on the argument that the race-based criteria likely violated the Equal Protection Clause, effectively pausing the program nationwide.
Did you hear that?
These lawsuits significantly delayed the disbursement of the funds intended to provide relief to minority farmers. The legal challenges eventually led to the Biden administration and Congress reworking the program under the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. Which removed the race-specific provisions to comply with court rulings.
Now,
in summary, there have been at least 12 significant lawsuits filed across various states, which have played a key role in preventing the immediate implementation of the debt relief measures originally intended for socially disadvantaged farmers under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
So essentially, damned if you do, damned if you don't. A lot of people, if you listen to them, these people saying, what have Biden and Harris done for Black people? For a lot of you all, you're basically damning them if they do and damning them if they don't. That's what you're doing. And do you know what it's like to be damned if you do and be damned if you don't? Anybody recognize what that feels like? I mean, to be Black, you must understand that. You must have experienced that before. You must not like that, right? You must give some pushback to that, right? But you don't. You don't give pushback to that because you're advocating the same. You're just saying, and you're advocating the same for people that try to do some shit for you. You're damning the people who literally try to do something for you. Now, listen very closely. It's been halted in the courts. That doesn't mean they lost the case, y'all. No. This is ongoing. Yes, that means there's got to be lawyers fighting for it, right? Why don't you support them? Why don't you support the lawyers fighting for the American Rescue Plan Act for farmers, for Black farmers and minorities? Why don't you support that? But you caught up on something else. You're a little too frustrated to see what's going on. That's not useful. That's not useful. Always keep your brain and your mind engaged to the facts, not your emotions. Emotions without direction mean zero. It means zero. You must think in detail and have detailed planning, which requires detailed knowledge in the first place before you open your mouth. Especially before you get heated. Yes, otherwise you're going to look like a goddamn fool. And you know something else? You will lose any type of dispute up against a more prepared, if you want to call it opponent, or a debater. You will lose and you will feel bad. You see what I'm saying? You still got to get back in the race, but you should be able to be corrected also. Don't run from being corrected. You see, running from being corrected is a character flaw. That's not something strong men or women do. Strong men and women, ethical and moral men and women, they love being corrected, and then they adjust themselves. They don't make the same mistake over and over and over and over and over. You see, and this is a message to a whole lot of people. This is not a message to Urban. And by the way, I wanted to thank the brother for at least having the decency and the ethics to invite the brother up on the panel. He dropped the link. That's a whole lot more than a whole lot of y'all would do. I actually dropped the link to Opposing Minds over here frequently. I do that. You see what I mean? Because I want to have the dialogue. I want to have the dialogue respectfully. I want to have it. It can also be heated, but it should still be respectful. You know, on his platform, he curses a lot, and I don't do that over here. But I'm not going to tell the man what to do on his platform. I'm talking about the gist of what he's saying. You know, that's what I have a primary issue with. That's why I went there. So I applaud him for having this platform, because it gives people a chance to communicate, those that have something relevant to communicate. For those of you that don't have anything relevant to communicate, you're just wasting your goddamn time. See, I have something relevant to communicate. That's why I hopped up there on the link and dropped some knowledge. Okay. I didn't disagree with everything that he said, but I think there's a problem with how he frames the situation, because on the ground, in your face, is one, it's one reality. It's not the reality. There's the micro and there's the macro. Why do you have this problem in your face? It's because of a structural failure, which we both agree on. There's a structural failure in the US. So let me just go on in terms of human and civil rights. Now, especially towards African Americans, this is an old deal. This reparations should have been done by any Republican, if they're a decent person. If they're a decent Republican, it should have been done. They should have voted for reparations. Not that there was an opportunity yet, but any decent Democrat. And the other thing you need to know is that all Republicans are not against reparations per se, but all Democrats, all of them have not been for it either. And a lot of it has something to do with lawmakers not being sure about the language. But my thoughts would be, what we need to do as far as reparations is look to the UN, not as the body that will be not the body that will force the United States to do something, because nobody's forcing the United States to do anything. But to frame your argument better so that you can educate the lawmakers. Let the lawmakers know you know what's up, so that they can't continue to tittle and tattle around the reality of reparations. Now, I'm going to let this play on.
Just read the papers, bro. The facts are there. I could put it in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of things that's actually being said that's not really accurate. You know, I'm not saying that people shouldn't be upset. I'm not saying people should ask, but we should dig a little bit more, because, to be honest, they've been attacking Homegirl really unfairly. You know, you can't respond.
Hey, hold on. Where you from, G?
Have you heard? I'm from DC. I don't live in the US.
Hold on.
Yeah.
As an H-Time nigga, first and foremost, and I don't know how y'all do up there in DC. Shout out to DC. Respect, love forever. Ain't nobody attacking her unfairly from how we was raised.
Oh, no, I can explain my statement.
No. I'm just speaking on that black side of it in general. Where,
well, I'm telling you, it's allocated $4 billion by Biden and Harris in the courts right now, being held up by Trump lawyers, and they have white farmers out there. Their argument is that it is racist. That's what they're saying in the courts right now.
I'm not going to deny you on that. Okay, so I'm not going to deny you on that. I would have to look at that. Hold on.
Okay, there you go. I got that.
I'm not going to deny you on that, but my brother, if I ever see anybody that's mixed do a full interview and not acknowledge that they are black, they not black.
But did she?
Okay, so he's talking, you see how that just flipped past. So you start off, and this is not just him, this is a lot of people, how they're forming their debate. It's not making sense. You see what I mean? First, what have Biden and Harris done for black people? Then when you explain what the problem is with that language, how it's being held up in the courts anytime you try to do something for black people and sign it off, it gets held up. It's being held up in the courts. I'm not saying that's right, but it's being held up by primarily Trump and Republican lawyers fighting against it. That's the American Rescue Act of 2021 for black farmers and minorities, right? This is in the billions, $4 billion being held up in the courts. Now, as soon as you start talking and answering, what have they done? Then the conversation switches to, well, is she black? Does she acknowledge she's black? And then he mentions the one interview where she had with an Indian person who's actually asking her to acknowledge her Indian roots. Kamala Harris has spoken so much about her background, who she is, black and Indian. She's never said she wasn't black. She's always said she's black and Indian. Did you know you can have a different race from a different ethnicity and even a different nationality? Did you know that? Yes, that's facts. You're not just black, brothers and sisters in America, but you're also an ethnicity. A lot of you, it's called African American. You see? You're also a nationality. It's also called American. So you're not just one thing anyway. So how you forming the debate and forming your expectations of her or Biden, it's impossible to live up to because they're not fair expectations. And you're not even listening to them when they talk. You're reacting with anger. The anger should be towards all people. I mean, actually, anger doesn't even work. But if you're going to be angry across the board. You see what I mean? Like, don't pick and choose on election time to only be angry about a Democrat and then be wrong about what you're saying about them. That's not helpful. That's not useful. That's harmful to Black Americans. What did they do? What did they say? Trump went out there and basically spread disinformation about Kamala Harris's ethnicity, if you want to talk about it, if it's so important to you, right? Did you defend her? Did you defend those lies? Why didn't you defend those lies? You should defend lies being told about anybody, period. You see, especially if you're upset about them as a lawmaker, you can't want to be unfair and then expect fairness. It doesn't work that way. You got to stand on your square. That's what you got to do, period. Stand on your square. Don't dip and dive about your ethics and your morality depending on who you're talking to. Your ethics and your morality are supposed to be intact, period. All places, all times, all people. All meaning all. That's what it's supposed to be. You see what I mean? So how this is being formulated, they can't help you with that. They can't help nobody with an argument that way. It doesn't work that way. Now, let me play on because it gets interesting. It gets also more interesting. Let me see here. Where is it at? Here we go.
I mean, are you talking about Kamala Harris?
Yeah, on CNN. She did a full interview and only acknowledged that she was Indian. She didn't say anything about being black. She didn't say anything about being mixed. I saw the video. I put it on my channel. I put it on my page.
I seen the video too. I seen plenty of videos of her. I seen videos of her where she's calling herself black. I seen videos of her when people asking her, Indian people are saying she's Indian. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not really.
Yo, you see? Did you know there's black Indians? Did you know you could be Indian and black? I mean, I hope you know that. You could be South Pacific and be black. You could be European and be black. You could be Danish and be black. You could be English and be black. You could be Spanish and be black. And you know something? He looks like he looked like he could be a black person from Panama himself. He looks like that. So we should know these things. Ethnicity, nationality is not your race, quote unquote, how it's used, racial features. You see what I mean? It's not. Your ethnicity for African Americans, people want to call it Black American. Look, you could call it Black American, you could call it Afro American, you could call it African American, but don't get confused about what it's supposed to be. When you say you're Black American, you're talking about an ethnicity. Black American, which is the confusing part, because there's other Americans that are black that maybe are immigrants and they're Americans too. You see what I'm saying? Which is why I like Afro or African American. You see what I mean? Because that's been around with us a lot longer, you see? But in any case, it can be confusing, the language sometimes, but that's not a reason to lose your cool or to miscommunicate. You can qualify what you mean when you say you're black. You can qualify what you mean when you say you're American. You can qualify that. What I mean by qualify is, yeah, what do you mean when you say you're black? What do you mean? When I say I'm black, I'm not talking about my ethnicity. My ethnicity is something that's not the same thing. Loads of people are black. So obviously, you know, when you say that, your statement is not about your particular ethnicity. It's not about your unless you're, you know, in some cases it can be, but those are nuances that a lot of people don't even have the time to go into. I do, because I know them and I have, you know. I'll give you an example. You could be Black Danish. What does that mean about your background? Where you came from, where your parents came from, where your grandparents came from? It doesn't mean anything. They could be coming from America. They could be coming from Germany. They could be coming from Africa. They could be coming from South America. See, so it doesn't say anything, but there are people that call themselves Black Danes because in Denmark, they are a minority. So therefore, they kind of become a sub-ethnicity, a subgroup. And that, what I am saying, is coming from the UN, who defines these things that we're using, you know, in the first place. That's how it works. It might be a little confusing, but it's worth checking it out to avoid causing harm to yourself and causing harm to your own people's political movements.
Caught up on that. But one thing.
Well, no,
really
this is the thing. No, hold on. This is the thing. Because I'm a Southern nigga with nappy hair, I'm caught up on that because they're pushing in our community that we supposed to ride with her because she black. And you and I know she black. No. You and I know.
Who now? See, I was trying to figure out what he meant by that. Who is pushing in the community that you're supposed to ride with Kamala Harris because she's black? I never heard Kamala Harris say that. I've actually never heard one person say it. I've heard people talking about her record. The only people I've really heard fixated on her ethnicity are Republicans, pretty much. Trump supporters, pretty much. Why is Trump worried about her ethnicity when he can talk about her record? She talks about her record. Look, he even admits she don't explain it. You know, shouldn't she be explaining her record? Don't her record speak for itself? If you even know her record, how many people that dislike Kamala Harris even know her record? I've encountered so many online that don't know anything about her record. And the only person that can help you with that is yourself primarily. You have to first be willing to listen to a person point out her record to you. And if you're not good at listening, then you better be good at researching, because she has a way better record than Trump. She got a way better record than most people that would be running, than most people in Congress, in the Senate. She's grassroots. Her background is not small or limited. This is like a 30, damn near close to 40-year span. Oh, being elected each and every time by the people, elected, including Black people. So sounds just like Ant. Yeah. But Donnie, that's why I don't try to take his platform for him. And of course, or diss his platform. I know that's part of his perspective, even though I don't follow it all the time. I don't see every video or every week. Maybe once a month I might check in, right? But Ant, if you listening, let's have this conversation again. Come over to my platform. Share with me some of your subscribers, brother. You know what I'm saying? I could use some, and I'd appreciate it. And on top of it, I don't blame anybody for having to update their knowledge. And I don't blame anybody for fighting for their people, even if maybe it's a little misconstrued, their understanding about what's really happening. Now, I'm not saying that Ant is misconstruing what he's seeing face to face from people. What I'm saying is that the root causes of what he's saying, because it's not just happening to him. Whatever's happening to him, it's not special to him in that way. And if you want to deal with people, then you must be willing to deal with more than yourself. You must want to care for more than just your own perspective. You must want to care whenever somebody says that, oh, it's not just me, it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 people that have this experience. Now you're talking politics. Now you're talking, what do we do? And if you don't have your argument straight, you're doing the opposite of something. You see what I mean? Yeah, but let me go ahead. It was cool, man. The brother let me up on there, and the dialogue was, it was respectful, because I don't tell people how they can talk, but I'm not shook by how people talk it either. You see what I mean? I just don't talk that way on my platform, because I want to reach more people. I want to reach another demographic. You see what I mean? I want to reach a demographic that doesn't need to call another Black man nigga. I want to reach another demographic that doesn't, need to use the profanity to describe when you can use better, more detailed words. That's what I want to do. Do I curse sometimes? Yes, I do. But 99.9% of the time, I don't when I'm in communication about serious issues, But here we go.
Being Black ain't just saying I want to be identified as Black. It's about how you move. It's about how you operate. And it's about what you are in place for.
But brother, but check this out. To be honest, it don't even matter if you are Black. I'm not voting for her because she Black. Fuck that. I didn't vote for plenty of white people.
We're not talking about you, though, bro. We're not talking about you. We're talking about what they're pushing. No. Oh, this what you...
Look, this doesn't make sense. This part of the and this is not just Ant. This is this is not the majority, but this is a segment, 15% maybe of Black Americans saying these kind of things. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. How can you ask a Black person who is a congressperson, who is a senator, or who is a president, or who is a vice president, how are you moving like you're Black, but you don't know what the hell they've been doing? The job of them is not to move like they're Black. That's their job. Black is not a caricature. There's not one type of Black. You see what I mean? All Black people don't call each other bitches and hoes. You see what I'm saying? all black people don't wear baseball hats and tennis shoes. You know? You know, all, oh, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I'm sorry. I got to take this 2 seconds, Sean. Sorry about that, y'all. Okay, so let me see here. Okay, 10%. Let me get my charger. And let me pull this video back up. 2 seconds, y'all. I need to get my charger, okay? Sorry about that. Sorry for the delay.
This is kind of like a prayer going out to all the peeps close to me and dear to me, the ones that's been there for my whole life, the ones that came later in my life. Yeah. I appreciate all the blessings God has given me, and I want to repay it to you like this. Clap your hands. Everybody clap your hands. Introducing. This is the joint where
All right, I'm back. Let me see here. So let me turn this down a little bit. This music. Now let me pull this back up real quick. Ant was in the middle of saying something here. Yeah, I'm just having a kickback day. I was working in the night all night, so I got home and had a few hours sleep. You know, now I'm gonna clean up a little bit around the crib and then take a little walk. But hold on, let me see here.
It's that image after they retire. He can fall back. We don't see him anymore. Or he can use that role model platform to.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
For years.
Sorry. I it started over from the beginning. Let me get the part. Here we go. 20
of 24 years. That's the.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying
that we supposed to ride with her because she black. And you and I know being black.
No.
You and I know being black ain't just saying I want to be identified as black. It's about how you move. It's about how you operate. And it's about what you
right. How you move, how you operate. So how do you move and how do you operate while being black as a vice president? How do you move and how do you operate while being black and being a senator? How do you move and how do you operate while being black and being a lawyer? How do you do that? Is there one way to do it? And again, don't hop back to what have she done for black people, because we already proved that in law, that's being challenged. That language specifically is being challenged. I'm not saying that it's right. I feel that when it comes to African Americans, that no court really would be able to argue against rectifying a wrong that had been done because you're Black. Now, if the plaintiff is arguing and can prove you discriminated against me because I'm Black, then you can provide compensation to me because I'm Black for it. I mean, but in any case, these cases are still live. They're still active. And it's very important for people to know that the American Rescue Act for farmers, for Black farmers and minorities, it's in court being fought right now. It's something everybody who asks the question, what have Kamala Harris or Biden done for Black people? It's something they should be talking about right now. Because in that act, the language says specifically Black and minorities. It uses the term Black. Now, as you heard, actually later, because this has been halted, it hasn't failed in court, but because it's been halted by judges, right? Until they make some sort of conclusion about it, right? Come to some conclusion. Now they've offered a different bill, right? That doesn't have that language, so that maybe people can get help that way. You see what I mean? But you have to understand, Republicans and white people, not all white people, not intelligent white people, not white people that understand that slavery and Jim Crow really did exist in America and that the effects linger. They put people behind. They stole wealth. White people that understand that, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about another type. You see how I do that? I don't just blanket white people. I'm talking about another type that's in the court right now saying that that bill is discriminatory towards whites. That's the language that they use. There's white farmers saying that, and there's lawyers fighting their case, which have halted and stalled the outcome of the case, the ruling. And the ruling is about $4 billion to Black and minority farmers for racial discrimination, racial and otherwise. You see, so it's important to know that. Let me play some more. Man, my phone keeps pausing out.
But check this out. To be honest, it don't even matter if you are Black. I'm not voting for her because she Black. Fuck that. I didn't vote for plenty of white people.
We're not talking about you though, bro. We're not talking about you. We're talking about what they're pushing. No. Oh, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about what the community, our people that are painted as leaders, are pushing right now, that we have to ride with Kamala because she's Black.
Okay. Have you heard any leaders say that? You have to ride with Kamala because she's Black. Have you heard anybody say that? Where are they saying that at? And to get to the gist, I don't know if he seems to be not being too specific, because he moved from leaders to people on the internet chat, calling them coons because they don't believe with Kamala Harris. I don't think that's right myself, but I haven't heard any leaders say vote for her because she's Black. I think what they've done is they outlined the fact that racial discrimination is real towards Black Americans, and that Kamala Harris herself has had to go through that. And in order to change, you need to make space for change. And so you can acknowledge that she is Black. You can acknowledge that she is Indian. You can acknowledge that she is a minority. There's nothing wrong with you acknowledging that. Just like there's nothing wrong with you acknowledging that Trump's white. It's nothing wrong with you acknowledging that some Jews are white. It's nothing with you acknowledging that some Jews are Black. It's nothing with you acknowledging that oh my God, Mark Robinson, the lieutenant governor from Atlanta, Georgia, who said African Americans should be the ones paying reparations, he's black. It's nothing wrong with you saying he's black. And the reason why you have to say it is because he just said some extremely hateful shit about some internalized racial shit. So if you don't talk about it as a black man said this, you won't get the full picture. So there's nothing wrong with acknowledging somebody's color or race. It's the context that matters, brother. And everybody else, the context matters. You can't just flip-flop contexts into anything and have a conversation. It doesn't work that way.
Hold on. Listen. Kamala has not one policy on her website right now. Not one.
Look, check this out. I thought about that later. Kamala don't have one policy on her website right now. I don't know. I'm gonna go look at it. I haven't looked at it. But how many weeks she been running for president, bro? She hasn't even had time to get her full campaign up. It's a miracle that she is even in running. That she's the one running. She didn't have 2 seconds to even think about that shit. You see what I'm saying? And now you're like, she need to have it up on website. Well, they're preparing it. Do you want it to be prepared well, or do you want it to be just some bullshit thrown out to the people so people can criticize? Do you want the best of her, or do you want the it's a little okay side of her? She was tired that day. Is that the shit you want on her website? You know what I'm saying? We got to be reasonable. Trump has been running for office he's announced his candidacy over a year ago. What's on his website for black people? What's on his website? I ain't even looked at it, but I damn sure rationally, as a rational human being, as an intelligent black man, don't expect someone who just found out 2 weeks ago they was running for presidency to have the entire policy posted yet. It's not ready. It's not ready. What you can do is lean on what she supports, the policies she supports right now as a vice president, and say, hey, I know Kamala Harris because she supported this. She did this. She supported that. She voted for this. You have to look at how she voted in the Senate. You have to look at her record, and don't just look at 2 things. You have to be willing to look at hundreds and thousands of things to know a goddamn thing about her record in a reasonable way. Imagine if you stole a candy bar one day as a kid, 7-year-old, and then the rest of and you got caught, and then the rest of your life, you learned your lesson. But all people keep talking about is the candy bar you stole as a kid. That's not knowing your record. You're not talking about the record anymore. Now you're maligning a human being. You're being unfair, untruthful, unjust when we do that. Let me look at the chat a little bit. Oh, by the way, let me check and see if the chat is open. Ralph, what's up, man? I hope it wasn't you throwing people in the block zone. But in any case, who cares? I had to take the wrenches from a lot of people, man, because some of my favorite people ended up in the block. You know what I'm saying? I can't have that. But you know what I can do? Hey, Ralph. All right, let me see here. I don't think that would be you, but I'm like, damn, what the? Let me see something here. Let me see if I can. But anyway, that's good, Ralph. Appreciate you back, bro. Yeah. So I was on Urban Politics. I got a chance to hop up on the brothers' platform, and it was interesting. And we had a good dialogue, although I felt like I had to point out some things. Now, the brother admitted he had not heard about the American Rescue Plan, where $4 billion was allocated to black farmers and minorities. He wasn't aware of that. But I'm telling everybody that wants to vote in this election, or I tell you what, I'm telling everybody myself that is asking the question, what has Biden or Harris done for black people? I'm encouraging you to talk about the American Rescue Act for 2021 so you can learn more. So you can see how things really work, right? Now, Biden signed it. People had to vote for it. Kamala Harris was probably the decisive vote as the vice president because, The Senate is like, 1 point difference, 1 person difference. Congress is tight too. You see what I mean? But it's $4 billion allocated to black farmers. That means people in Tennessee, people in Georgia, people in Alabama, people in, all those states, black farmers there. Do you give a fuck about the black farmers? How can you? Anyway, it's been stalled in court due to the language where they use black in it. Yes, that's why they're stalling it in the court. The Trump lawyers, the Republican lawyers, they're using white farmers, saying that it's racist to do that. Okay, so if it's racist to do that, then why are you expecting a president or a vice president to use the language in law? Why are you expecting them to do something specifically for black people then? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't work both ways. We got to be fair. So the facts is that Biden and Harris, I'm not saying this is the only thing. They do actually have that act on there where it does mention specifically black. And that is being held up in court by Republicans, by Trump lawyers, because it says black. Yes, it hasn't failed, but it's been in court for a few years. Let's see how many years. And let me go back for those that didn't hear what it was about. Let's see here. Is it playing?
Yes. The Biden administration did take steps to provide significant relief to Black and minority farmers through the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. This act included a provision for $4 billion in debt relief for socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers, which encompasses Black, Hispanic, Native American, and Asian American farmers. This measure aimed to address long-standing disparities in the agricultural sector, where minority farmers have historically faced discrimination in accessing loans and other financial assistance from the USDA. Background on the relief measure. The $4 billion was intended to cover up to 120% of the outstanding debt of these farmers and ranchers, helping to offset the economic hardships they have endured, partly due to systemic discrimination and partly due to the pandemic. This relief was seen as a critical step towards rectifying some of the historical injustices faced by minority farmers. Legal challenges and delays. However, the implementation of this relief has been delayed due to legal challenges. Several lawsuits were filed, arguing that the debt relief provision was discriminatory against white farmers. These lawsuits resulted in injunctions, effectively halting the distribution of the funds. The court's decisions have centered around the argument that providing debt relief based on race constitutes reverse discrimination, which violates the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution. Outcome and current status. As a result of these legal challenges, the debt relief funds have not been dispersed to the intended recipients. The Biden administration has faced criticism from both the farmers expecting the relief and those who oppose the measure. In response, the administration and Congress have sought to revise the program to address the legal concerns while still providing the intended support. This led to the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022, which replaced the race-based debt relief with a broader relief program that does not explicitly prioritize any racial group, but focuses on farmers in financial distress. This shift was an attempt to make the program legally defensible while still offering relief. However, this change has caused frustration among many Black and minority farmers who felt that the original intent of the program, to address specific racial inequities, was being diluted. Why no action yet? The primary reason for the delay in providing relief has been the legal battles that arose from the original structure of the debt relief program. The court's injunctions prevented the USDA from moving forward with the debt cancellations, and the legal process has been slow. Additionally, the restructuring of the program to comply with legal standards has taken time, contributing to the delay in delivering the promised relief. In summary, while the Biden administration did sign a $4 billion relief package for Black and minority farmers, its implementation has been delayed due to legal challenges. The situation highlights the complexities involved in addressing historical inequities within the framework of current legal standards.
All right. So you can't have it both ways. So those people that are asking what Biden or Harris have done for Black people, you first of all need to be very aware about how the courts perceive the language. So if you went out there and you said, what did you do for Black people? We've heard people say this many a times, but how come it's not called Black? Well, now you know why. Now you know why, because it's not that simple. It faces hurdles in the U.S. court system, which, by the way, I don't think is perfect. And courts are some of what it is interpretation of law. But nonetheless, in this particular case, when Biden and Harris, who had to pass this through Congress and the Senate, when they did attempt to use the language specific, mentioning Black, it's Black and minorities. It's not minorities. It's Black. But either case, Black or minority farmers, it's been stalled in court. And the Republicans, the white people, they said it here. It's white farmers that are taking this to court, not white farmers. It's judges, it's lawyers that went out and found frustrated white farmers and then used them to file cases to oppose the act, the $4 billion being released to Black and minority farmers. They went out and they've had it stalled in court. It's not over, but it's been stalled. How many years has it been stalled? About 3 years, about since the moment they signed it, y'all. That's 2021, y'all. So what are you supposed to do when the court says it? See, so you got to understand, the president has the power of the pen to sign a law, not write a law, only sign it into law. But the courts, any individual, any group can go to court and get an injunction issued, possibly to stop it. And in this cases, injunctions were issued. That means they were halted by judges. Do you understand that? Do you want to know where the judge is Republican? Do you want to know? Well, look at how the Supreme Court works. Don't you think the Republican judges tend, when it comes to Trump shit, vote heavily on Republican stuff? Yes. They're a majority. You see, what state was this in? Where's the judges in this state? Let's see here, because they're going to mention the states now. What do you think? What political party do you think the judge in Texas? What do you think who he is? What about the judge in Tennessee handling that case in Tennessee regarding this rescue act for Black farmers and minorities? What about Florida? What do you think the judge is, his political party and his race and his ideas? Do you think that judge is pro-reparation, or do you think that judge is anti-reparation? These are the questions we need to be asking, and these are the details we need to go into when we make comments and ask questions. Don't ask a dumbass question, in other words. And that's why a lot of us, a small segment, are not getting the answers we want, because no one's going to respond over and over and over again to a dumb question, a question that implies you have not done your research. Nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for that. Exercise your body and exercise your mind too. Get your mind just as sharp. You see what I mean? Because that's what you're going to need. That's one of your strongest weapons, is your mind, your awareness, your knowledge of a topic. So you can fight for it or defend it or fight against it. If you're not knowledgeable or something, you can't fight for or against. You see what I mean? Let's see here. Here's the second part. I asked, have many cases been filed in the USA court system that oppose the American Rescue Plan Act 2021? This is the logistics.
Several lawsuits were filed in opposition to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, particularly targeting the provision that offered debt relief to socially disadvantaged farmers based on race. These lawsuits generally argued that the provision was discriminatory against white farmers and violated the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution. Number of cases filed. As of the latest available information, at least 12 federal lawsuits were filed challenging the debt relief provision under the American Rescue Plan Act. These lawsuits were filed across various states, including Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Wisconsin, and others. Key cases. 1. Wynn v. Vilsack, Texas, one of the first major lawsuits filed by Sid Miller, Texas Agriculture Commissioner, on behalf of white farmers. 2. McKinney v. Vilsack, Tennessee. A group of farmers from Tennessee challenged the provision. 3. Joyner Vilsack, Florida. White farmers in Florida argued the debt relief provision was unconstitutional. 4. Fava Vilsack, Wisconsin. A lawsuit was filed by a group representing white farmers in Wisconsin. Court decisions and injunctions. In several of these cases, federal judges issued preliminary injunctions that halted the implementation of the debt relief program. These injunctions were based on the argument that the race-based criteria likely violated the Equal Protection Clause, effectively pausing the program nationwide. Outcome. These lawsuits significantly delayed the disbursement of the funds intended to provide relief to minority farmers. The legal challenges eventually led to the Biden administration and Congress reworking the program under the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, which removed the race-specific provisions to comply with court rulings. In summary, there have been at least 12 significant lawsuits filed across various states, which have played a key role in preventing the immediate implementation of the debt relief measures originally intended for socially disadvantaged farmers under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
All right. So listen, on the political level, right, in terms of what can be done and where the problem is stemming from, this is a problem for lawmakers. I want African Americans to hear me very well when I say this. If you are not voting to put specific people in Congress that support reparations or support the language of Black in the law, right? A way that it can be used without someone else coming along later and saying you're doing reverse racism. If you don't elect officials that can create the language that goes around those issues, right? Or create a law specific to provide justice for the victims of the slave trade or the victims of slavery in America and Jim Crow, that's specific to them, specific to historical discrimination. If you don't elect officials, then it's very unlikely that it's going to be passed. It's very unlikely that it's going to make it to the president's desk to sign. And even if it was, you still got to be willing to appoint and elect judges that are for it also. I hope you see the problem here. It's not a Biden and Harris problem. Stop blaming Biden and Harris for shit that they didn't do. You need to blame and see the problem for what it is before you can actively be a part of solving the problem. You could be frustrated about the problem all you want, but what you going to do with your frustration? Nothing? Walk around in circles, talk around in circles, or are you going to pinpoint action that can be taken? Right now, you don't have a plan. The only plan that most people have, including African Americans, is through the legal process, electing officials. Until you find another plan that you think is better to get what you want, I would advise you to use the plan that exists already and vote. I would advise you to do that. I would advise you to go out there and ask every single elected official, and it doesn't matter if they're appointed or you know, or a judge that wants to run for office, a police commissioner, any of them. If I was you and I was black, which I am, I'd be asking every single one, hey, what's up with this? What happened? Where do you stand on this? Where do you stand on the American Rescue Plan Act being halted in court? Are you going to be one of these judges that issues an injunction against it? Or are you going to help get our people relief? If you don't ask, thou shalt not receive. Thou shalt not. Let me get back to this. I want you to hear some more of the dialogue. It was a good dialogue.
Okay, I mean, I hear that. You know, it's a lot of people that's criticizing that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying don't. So
we supposed to vote for somebody. Hold on. How many days away from the election, bro? How many days away from the election?
It's 70-something days. It's 2 months.
So we 2 months out the election, and you don't even have your policies listed.
Well, here's the thing.
2 months out of the election, she's been running for president 2 weeks. She just found out. All the time and energy was put into the other person's platform. It's not a realistic question, and no one is a miracle maker, brother. At least you have to qualify what you're saying. Give examples of other people in the same situation before you get frustrated. Or how about try being reasonable and rational about it? Sure, you were rational when you said how many months we got until the election, but you didn't follow it up with the other side to balance it off. You didn't say, yeah, but she only been running for president 2 weeks. She just found out she was running for president. You didn't say that. And then you also didn't qualify by saying nothing about what the hell does Trump got on his damn thing. Does Trump have anything? What's in Trump's record about black people? Any law he signed that had black people on it? Anything? Any talk about it? You know, that wasn't a lie. Trump went out in 2016. It's on YouTube. Type it in Google or type it in YouTube. Trump, Detroit church, 2016. In this speech, this is before Trump became president and he was campaigning. He told all those black people in that black church in Detroit in 2016 that he was going to create a new or advocate for a new civil rights era bill for black Americans. Soon as he got in office, he ain't say a damn thing about it again. You haven't even heard. Most people support Trump. Black people that support Trump ain't even know that he said that. How come you didn't know? I did. But how did I know? It's not like because, you know, I'm up Trump's ass every day following him. It's because I bothered to research. I said, hey, man, let me see something. Has Trump ever said something like this? Like, what was he doing with the last time he was trying to run for office? What are some of the things he was saying? And I researched it and I found it. Not my fault. Don't blame me for researching. Don't blame me for being sharp up here too. Don't blame me. Just adjust. Accept the gift. I told you, I did the research. I gave you the gift for free. I passed the information along for free, just like I'm passing this information along for free. Do I get paid to? No. Y'all, most of y'all, including Urban Intellectual, no, it's no diss to him. I like the name, and I also like some of the things he's talking about too. And it's good that he was willing to have a conversation. First of all, a lot of y'all are not willing to, like fake ass Tariq Nasheed. But in any case, you know, y'all make a lot more money. Why aren't y'all sharing the information? Why don't you have the information? I work a 9-to-5 job. I'm a father. Why is it that a person that works a 9-to-5 job and is a father is giving you information for free, who don't have 1 million YouTube subscribers? Why are you getting this information from me for the first time? How come you didn't know it? So that goes to show you can have money and not be aware. That's facts. That's facts. Money, look at Trump. Money doesn't really make you nothing. It's your character that makes you something, not your money. There's plenty of people with money out here acting that goddamn fool. Let me see. Let me go on to. So I don't think, I didn't get a chance to really qualify none of my statements, but it's his platform, and he wanted to get off his point, and I understand that, but in my view, we would have got a little more out of it if he would allow me to qualify. Like, what do you mean when you say that? It give me a little space to explain it, because everything's not going to be in a 2-second soundbite. You're not going to get in-depth knowledge from a 2-second soundbite. That's just not how it works.
If you've been following her and following the Biden administration, you would know the policies that she stands for. Of course, she's going to have a few on her own that she's breaking away from Biden on, but that has nothing to do with Biden, because
if you've been following the Biden administration and their policies, you would know about the American Rescue Plan for Black farmers and minority farmers. That's how you know the platform. You know the platform by the shit they've been doing until they post up some shit on their website after they've been running for longer than 2 weeks. Kamala Harris didn't know one day before she was running for that. I'm sorry, Urban Intellectual, that criticism makes zero sense. In fact, it's not even important. It's not even an important point, because anybody could think through that one and be like, yeah, but damn, you're holding her to a higher standard than you hold any other person any other day of the week, including, you don't have anything to balance that off. There's no one else who else has been in that situation? I don't even know. I would have to Google it. Who found out that they were running for president after the main candidate dropped out and had their entire platform up on their website 2 weeks later? Who? Usually people that have shit on their websites about their platform have been working on it for a minute, their platform, to post it. Not that you can't know what they stand for by following their record, if you want to know their record. And again, their record is not, did they steal a candy bar from a store 20, 30 years ago? That's not their record. I'm talking about 30 years. Yes, every single day doing something, every single day determining someone's fate, every single day voting or writing or legislating, speaking on behalf of legislators about a law, speaking on it eloquently, these kind of things, So I think that's a non-issue.
Everybody changes their policy.
Fuck Biden, bro. Fuck with Biden. No. 70 days out of the election, you want us to commit to your vote, and you don't have your policies listed on your website.
Look, Kamala Harris did not ask anybody to commit a vote to her. What she's asking you to do is to hear her out in these next 70 days while she does. That's all. Imagine, come on, you haven't been through this yourself, when there was an expectation put on you that's just not reasonable, and you couldn't meet the expectation because the other person's not being reasonable, but plenty of other people, they got an expectation put on them that was reasonable and they succeeded. But the request they put on you is going to be unreasonable, and so fail. I don't want you in the class. That's discrimination, basically. That's how discrimination works. It quickly decides who it ain't going to listen to and who ain't going to be in the class and who ain't going to get a job. Sure, they talk with you for a little bit, but they quickly dismiss you, close their ears, don't want to hear nothing else anybody got to say about you. It's discrimination.
Here's the thing. I think you should challenge doing that. But what I'm saying is that you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. You should challenge her respectfully on it. You see what I mean? That's all I'm saying, right? I think, everybody should have more shit, even Trump. I would really love that. But I'm saying, as a person that's actually been following them in office and the things they were doing, enough to be able to tell you about the $4 billion that's being held up in court.
So let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask you this, and I'm gonna let Homie go on. The Democrats have been in office 20 of the last 24 years. They've had the presidential side. So the shape that the country has been in when it's been bad in these last 20 of 24 years, that's the Republicans' fault. They was holding everything up.
I mean, shit, Reagan done locked up a bunch of, what you think Reagan did, the Iran?
No. You talking about Reagan. I said 20.
That's when I grew up.
I asked you a question and you didn't answer that question, and we're not going to do that. I said Democrat.
Look, I mean, okay, fair enough. He said 20 years. But who would argue that Reagan didn't unleash a pandemic? The Iran-Contra scandal, the smuggling of cocaine, the engineering of crack for political gain. One hand wash another. We pollute our cities, pollute Black communities, while we get somebody else, we get money to buy guns from another group to give them guns. The people that's distributing the cocaine and bringing it into the country. Do you know that's decades of effects, brother? There's people today that are still affected by what happened in the 90s when Reagan was in office, because that was a disaster, brother. That was a pandemic. It's turned into the opioid crisis today. That's how bad it is. You know, so 20 years, okay, I'll give him that, but he's missing a point. And another brother's about to come up here and make the point. The question, again, is not well put together. Democrats have not had power for the last 20 years. What the Democrats have had more than the Republicans is the executive branch. The Republicans, anytime a Democrat has had the executive branch, they usually have controlled the House or the Senate, the Republicans, right? Usually that's what's been the case for, if you want to talk 20 years. That's usually the case. And that's the flip-flopping that goes on, because a lot of people feel like, okay, maybe I can't trust the Republican president, but what we will do is elect a congressperson who's Republican, or a congressperson, a senator who's Republican, as a counterbalance. That's how a lot of people operate in their thinking, particularly a lot of non-Black people, non-Hispanic people, non-minorities tend to think that way. And what does that tell you? You see, but no, you know, he wants he got an oversimplified, simplified understanding of the structure of the government and how it's working, and the policies, the politics, how the politics work. You know, it's not that simple. Just like when Trump was the president, you know, Trump did have a lot of opposition from outside his party. You see what I mean? Could Trump get everything he wanted? No. Anytime Trump wanted something, you know, the Democrats said, okay, well, what you going to give us that we wanted? That's how the politics has been played. Is that a good way to do politics? No. But do the Republicans do the same thing and even more? Yes. So, you know, it's not really as simple as you say that the Democrats have had it. You know, it's not that simple. But I'm not saying the Democratic Party has been perfect. You know, I'm not saying that at all. But when Obama got in office, not nay Republican would vote for his ass damn near. You know, vote for anything he was going. They didn't want anything to get up to his office. They gave pushback on any and everything. And yes, they did it because he was Black. That's why they did it. They were so proud to even say it. In other words, you know what I'm saying? So it's not as simple. Just because you're the president doesn't mean you get to do everything. You can do an executive act, and that executive act can be challenged in the courts. You can even sign a bill into law that Congress and the Senate passed, and that can be challenged in the courts. We need to start thinking about the courts too. But we need to be more astute about our own country and how it's structured, you know, so that we can give better criticisms, you know.
Have had a president in office 20 of the last 24 years. And do you think the country is in good shape right now?
To be honest with you, I'd be the last person to tell you the country has been in good shape for 55 years of my life.
Well, I'm asking for the last 24.
You know what it is? You know, for the last 24, he wants to know have the Democrats been in power, and he thinks it's that simple. But here, in case people don't know, I'm born in Washington, D.C. I don't live in Washington, D.C. I moved from Washington, D.C. I've been traveling as a young man, you know, doing music and stuff like that before I even left the country. But I don't live in the U.S. I live in Europe. I have universal health care. I have housing insurance. If I want to go to school and be paid to go to school, I can get paid to go to school. Will I fall into debt? I have free health care, universal health, you know. How much do I pay in taxes? About what the same as any American would in any major city today. So I would be the last person anyway to tell you that shit ain't in shambles in the US, because I think it's a crime to not even have universal health care in the richest country on earth. I think it's a crime to be making students go into debt. Why would I think the country is not in shambles? Shit, the country has been in shambles my entire damn life. What you think the 80s and the 90s and the 70s and the 60s was, bro? At no point ever for Black people has the country not been in shambles. Sure, some of us may have had it a little better than others. Sure, the knife may have been pulled out of the back a little bit. Pulled out all the way? Oh, hell no. And if it's 1 inch in your back, it's in shambles, bro. That means it's discriminatory. That means you're working harder at everything you do than the next person, or potentially the next person. You see what I'm saying? There's other forms of discrimination. I'm not going to play the rest of this. I'm going to play the one part where the other brother comes up and he tries to explain these things about how what he's saying doesn't really make that much sense. And the brother, urban intellectual, he kicked him off. He kicked him off the panel. Let me play that first and then we get back to it.
The United States of America, Black people have only known racism. It's systemic racism, brother. How could an intelligent Black man like myself say the country's all right when we know we living with it? That shit ain't.
Why in the fuck? So okay, I'm glad you said that. So why in the fuck are you out here telling us to vote for somebody then?
No, check this out. Check this out.
This side.
When you listen to Trump went into 2016 before he even became president. He went to Detroit.
He's not making a point there because you pay taxes. Your taxes are going to be allocated by lawmakers. I mean, what you going to do? You're not going to vote? That doesn't make no sense. Just because you've been discriminated against historically or even face discrimination today, shit, don't you know there's been other forms of discrimination like taking away your right to vote? Why would you not vote, brother? We couldn't even vote in the first place. That's how we got in this shamble in the first place, brother. You think slaves could vote? You think women could vote? Slaves and women couldn't vote or own property for how long in the United States of America, brother? I mean, we got to really have more conversations like this. So I big up the brother again as a man. I big him up. And I understand the frustration. I used to be there myself. But what I'm saying is that we can do better. First, in our dialogue. We can do better in dialoguing on the real issues, on the facts, presenting the facts. We can do better at presenting the facts in our dialogue. That's my main point. But let me play because the other brother's about to come up.
Black church. He sat up in the church.
Let me answer this. Hold on. So you mean to tell me the Republican side is the side that wanted to send all this money to Israel and send all this money?
Republicans and Democrats have always sent money to Israel. Always. All of them.
Of course.
All of them. They unilaterally in agreement about it.
What about Ukraine?
They unilaterally, brother, that's about money. That's money. You could call it whatever you want. It's about money.
What about the migrants? What about the migrants?
Oh, shit. Well, you have to talk about migrants. But here's the thing.
Okay, then. So why are the migrants getting money on debit cards?
Okay, but here's the thing. Are you sure about that? Or did you just hear that? Have you gone up and say, give me your debit card?
Actually, nigga, the New York mayor said it himself. Put a whole plan in place.
Listen, but New York is New York City. States have rights. He can do that.
I think he's mixing up the federal government versus state government. But the New York mayor has nothing to do with Biden or Harris. You know, he might be a Democrat, but Democrats don't fall unilaterally state to state. That doesn't make any sense because different states face different issues. That's the whole point in having a state, that you have some leeway to decide a little bit how you're going to deal with a problem. You don't have all the right. The federal government assigns the main rights and the main deterrences, but within that, you have wiggle room to move as a state because you're also supposed to have equal right to pass legislation locally on the local level. You see, so again, he's kind of not getting the language, the political language, how the political structure works in the states, man. And so it's hard to have a conversation because the questions, they're simple, and I like simple questions, but politics and how the country is structured, how the laws work, it's not simple. It's not simple. That's the problem. So we do need to, be more prepared to have these conversations, especially if we're going to be issuing, serious criticisms. I mean, if we're really frustrated, the best thing you could do with your frustration is prepare yourself to argue your points. And when you don't really know about the system, a lot of people that do are not going to waste their time arguing with you, even though you might not know what you're talking about. They may not even spend the time to correct you because they may be sitting there saying, damn, this guy don't know nothing about what he doesn't know anything about the system. If he knew the structure of the system, he wouldn't even say these things. Yeah, I respect his heart. What he's saying is heartfelt. That doesn't mean what he's saying is practical at all. You see what I mean? There's a difference. So I understand what he's saying. It's heartfelt, but what he got to understand is that I came to talk to him. He didn't come to my platform to talk to me. I came to talk to him because I understand that pain. I understand that passion and frustration, but I also understand it's a little misguided and oversimplified. And I'm supposed to talk to my own people so that we can all come along on this journey if I am aware of something. Now, one he learned from me that he admitted is that he didn't even know about this American Rescue Act of 2021. So I appreciate him for giving me props on that. He learned something from me for that, and there's always more time. The conversation ended respectfully. And that's all they got to do to make the world go around so we can have the conversation again. I don't have any disrespect for him. I don't know him personally. He seemed like a solid dude. We just don't agree. Our understanding of how the system is structured and how it works, I would have to say my understanding of it is a little more detailed is all. You see what I'm saying? And that's not a shot because people grow in their understanding. We all do. I was once seeing things a lot like how he see it. I was once wording things a lot like how he worded 20 years ago. But I'm 55 years old, so he's probably a lot younger than me. So, what I'm saying is that don't let the frustration guide you off your point, the point where you want to be. You know what I'm saying? But let me just fast forward it a little bit. So the brother's about to come in. The other brother, here. Let me let y'all
I'm
hear.
not voting for him. I don't.
No. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that.
But I'm not saying migrants don't get humanitarian help. I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying the debit card thing. This thing about debit cards going around. You know, every state is dealing with migrants in their own way, and they should. You know, as far
main part us the thing, because this money is our tax dollars.
Absolutely, it is our tax dollars. So you
okay with your tax dollars going to illegals,
brother? Listen, what
You know, that's another thing. If you're an illegal, you're not getting. There's nobody passing a law to give illegals anything. If you are in the United States for humanitarian purposes, you're getting what's cited as humanitarian help. That's it. You're not getting anything else. You know, if you're in the country illegally, you're not getting Social Security. You're not getting anything from your taxes. You see what I mean? In fact, they're collecting taxes from these illegals a lot of times. They don't get no tax return. I'm not saying that they should, but they don't. But I think there's another issue. When you see a certain number of people that you might assume are illegals, or think that they're because they don't speak English or something like that, or you can tell maybe if they speak Spanish, you can tell they speak a different kind of Spanish, and then you know that, okay, this might not be a citizen or something like that. And I can understand border states having this issue with Central and South Americans or Caribbean people. I heard some people in this chat talk about Haitians, right? But the thing about them getting help that you ain't getting, let me tell you something. The only reason why citizens are not getting the help that they need, it's not because of the migrants. It's because of the government never wanted to help you anyway, brother. That's the problem. They're taking an eye off of helping you, diverting from helping you by talking about the migrants. The United States doesn't have any money problems. If the United States has money problems, everybody in the world does, even more. You see what I'm saying? Don't let people, divert you so easily or distract you so easily. There's no excuse for not doing right by the American citizens, all of them, who have different problems, who have the right to have different problems, and they also have the right to be heard and acknowledged and helped, supported in their realities. But that has nothing to do with migrants. That has nothing to do with illegals, as he put it. That's really what I think it comes down to. It has nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're getting jail food. You know what I'm saying? If they're going to sit in an asylum camp, what you think an asylum camp is like did you know the torture they do to people in asylum camps? You wouldn't want to be in an asylum camp, especially in the United States of America. But it's not nice. There's plenty of places where the asylum camps are nicer, bro. I'm going to tell you. And these are places that might be have even harsher policies against immigrants, and their asylum camps are nicer. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's nice, but nicer. You did hear them about separating kids from the parents, putting kids in little cages. That's not nice, you know? So let me try to get to this, brother, because I want to drop the link so anybody can hop real quick. Yeah, he's coming up.
Okay with, right? What I'm not okay with is there not being a concise order and the overall picture. What we're doing is getting caught up in things like, is Kamala Harris great granddaddy a slave master? Lie. They put it out about her. We're getting caught. No.
Yes, the other brother's about to hop off because my phone, I was not on the best phone to be on StreamYard. So I bounced out and then I came back. But I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I'm going to play what the next brother says.
Dropped off. Let me let Scott talk what's going on for a second. Yo.
What's good, bro?
What's the deal?
So many. Your boy had a lot of value points, man. But your last question was about immigrants getting their tax money. Bro, they've been doing it for years, bro. Ain't nothing you can do about that. That's the thinking. It's gonna happen. But what I will say, my friend.
Yeah, I just wanted to say we need to be cautious about when we talk about immigrants versus illegal immigrants. You know, those are not at all the same thing. And immigrants are not lawbreakers. Immigrants are taxpayers. So we need to understand that. You know, if we go down that line of just attacking immigrants for doing good, that wouldn't be a way to argue against discrimination. You see, but
when it comes down to Kamala being black, it don't really matter.
No.
And when you made the argument,
before you speak anymore, the point is, this is why I have Plies and Charlemagne in the title, bro. It does matter because they are shaming their own people in the name of black. That's why black matters. I'm telling people to vote off the policy, not off of skin color. Because we have people in our community that are voting because they think that Kamala Harris is black. A symbolic vote. They have people that are voting for Kamala because she's a woman. And you have people from our community with platforms shaming people, disrespecting people because they don't want to vote for her in the name of black. Because they're asking her questions because it's being marketed by rap, hip-hop platforms. This is the way for black people to go. So people are naturally going to say, well, what is she going to do for black people?
Well, that's the question I came up with. Well, Trump ain't said what he was going to do for black people. Matter of fact, we want to get the Mexicans out of here so we can get our black jobs back. So we can go out and grab tomatoes and oranges and shit.
That's not the problem either. The Mexicans are not the problem. Mexicans are not the problem. Let's get that overstood. You do know that, right?
I mean, hey, that's what's coming in.
I gotta tell you, I don't know that because when I listen to Trump and these right wingers, they certainly don't make it sound like they don't have a problem with Mexicans too. And here's the thing. There's legal immigrants, there's first generation immigrants, there's second generation immigrants, and many third generation immigrants, fourth generation immigrants, fifth generation immigrants. These people are voters. So some of them might be Mexican descent. Some of them could be descent from anywhere. Look, Sean Hannity's ass is Irish descent. He's a first generation Irish. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's the most right-winger person on earth. You know what I'm saying? You don't even hear urban intellectual even dip his ass. I would be offended. I'm offended by Sean Hannity because I have a slave name. My family, half of my family comes from a particular slave plantation that bears my last name. Bennettsville, South Carolina. So I don't want a first generation immigrant being like John Hannity, complaining about migrants, complaining about ethnicities, but to me, it sounds like they got a problem with Mexicans too. To me, I don't have a problem with nobody that's a stand-up person. My problem is not your ethnicity. My problem is not your gender. My problem is not your sexuality. My problem is none of that shit. My problem is, are you a stand-up person or not? You see what I mean? And when you are illegal and you're taking taxpayer dollars, let's be clear about how you do it. Is it humanitarian? Is it illegal? There's asylum seekers, there's illegals, and then there's migrants. That's a little different. A person with a migrant background, a migrant is not necessarily seeking asylum, and they're not necessarily illegal. See what I'm saying? And illegal is not an asylum seeker. It's not illegal to seek asylum. And I think we convolute that conversation to where it doesn't make us look too good to others. You know, so to this point, it ain't Mexicans. Shit, you better tell Donald Trump that shit, because a lot of Mexicans ain't voting for Trump. They're voting for Biden and Harris. Yeah, I mean, not Biden and Harris, Harris and Walz. Yes, you know.
Besides, educated enough. Where you from?
I'm in Tampa, my brother.
So you in Tampa. You in Florida, then you should know and understand yourself. Mexican problem.
Yeah. They done flooded over here too. But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, you know, no matter who coming over that gate.
Stop. Look at this.
Coming over it.
Check this out. He said Mexican ain't the problem. But look, there's a case being halted for minorities, black and other minorities, farmers in Florida right now. That $4 billion. Who do you think is waiting to get that money? Some of them are Mexican descent that work legally. Some of them work in these farms. Some of them own farms. Some of them have passed on these farms generation. And you know what the case is about? The case is about the fact that minorities, when they went to get the funding, the way that it should have been given, they were always told no because of their background. Black, Hispanics, and Asian minorities were told no to loans that were supposed to be issued to all farmers. But because the people that were the commissioners or holding the purses in one individual state decided to practice racial discrimination, for decades they didn't get that support. One of these cases is in Florida, where this brother, urban intellectual, lives. Do you want to fight for these people? Do you want to fight for them? Do you want to help share the message about it? You see, there's so many things here that just it just show you that awareness is not totally there. He's aware about certain things, though. I'm going to give you that. But, you know, in terms of how things really work, he got a lot of frustration, I believe, out of the not understanding the nuances, you know. Yeah.
For years and years. And every politician.
Hold on. You keep trying to downplay this shit when I see these motherfuckers walking around my neighborhood in groups, 5 and 6. Nigga, I grew up over in this neighborhood. A girl got raped in my neighborhood by 2 Venezuelans.
Yeah,
you hear what he said? A girl got raped in his neighborhood by 2 Venezuelans. Yeah, that's not good. If illegals are going around raping somebody, that's not good. But I guarantee you there's far more Americans raping legal Americans, generational Americans, foundational Americans raping Americans than there are migrants, man. What the hell? Kamala Harris is one of the people who's been locking them up, rapists. I mean, on the scale of rape, are you just going to be concerned about the illegal rapists? You didn't hear about nobody else getting raped by Americans? I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to play a little bit more of this, and then I'm out. I don't know what to tell you, but I guarantee you there's way more Americans raping Americans than are illegals doing it. Any outrage about that? Kamala Harris was outraged about it. She locked a lot of them up. Didn't get no props for it, though. That was California, though. That wasn't Florida. Yeah. You go to link to anybody who want to hop up, just be respectful and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Jade? Yeah, let me play some more of this.
That's Florida.
I'm walking around in packs, fam, 5 and 6, because a section in my neighborhood is full of apartments. They taking them motherfuckers over. It ain't never been like this out here. You go to Walmart, you go to Target, Well, not Target. You go to Walmart, you go to certain stores, you will see them in there by the load. They overheat. This is a problem for the simple fact they ain't documented, they not paying taxes. But guess who is paying taxes?
I mean, I get your point on that right there, man, but at the end of the day, there's nothing you can do about that. That's an ongoing.
How do you look at somebody and know if they're illegal or not illegal? Can you look at me and tell if I'm legal? Can I look at him and tell if he's legal? Now, I mean, I would be guessing he's African American. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I'm not from Florida, though. But what do I really know? Because a lot of migrants pick the American vernacular pretty fast. I've met plenty of migrants. I met a brother from Senegal in DC who worked at a a vendor stand right out downtown on F Street. I used to ride by him all the time and see him, and I never talked to him. I mean, I just thought he was another brother, so I'm just doing my thing. And one day I stopped and said, you know what, I need something that he got on this thing. Let me stop and grab something. And I started talking to him, and so he sounded exactly like an African American. So I didn't say anything, and I was like, yo, man, for something made me, because I saw something on his, and I was like, yo, where you from? And he said, no, I didn't ask him. It's him who said something. And he was like, and that made me prompt to say, where are you from? And he said, I'm from Senegal. Yo, this guy came to DC when he was 16. He grew up in Southeast DC. He taught the English that we speak over there on the East Side, right? There was nothing about how he looked, talked, body mannerisms, nothing that would lead me to suspect that he wasn't Black or African American from DC. So you can't really look at people and know if they're legal or not. There's checking, but how do you establish non-biased checking? How do you do that? What are you supposed to do? Just walk up to everybody that looks a certain way and start checking their cards? I mean, is that the right way to do it? And who's going to be responsible? Is the white guy to legislate that? Who looks funny and who don't look right and who could be this? Who's going to legislate that? Is there a way to legislate it where it's non-discriminatory? See, I think this is a case of these folks wanting to have it both ways. I'm not talking about urban intellectuals. I'm talking about if you follow in the court systems, the things that they're talking about, on one hand, they want to be discriminatory, but when it comes around to giving me some of that American Rescue Plan, when it come around to that reparations, then they don't want to be discriminatory. When it comes to checking to see who's an illegal, they want to be discriminatory. But when it comes to allocating funds to people who have been discriminated against, all of a sudden saying that they Black and they minorities is discriminatory language. What's up, Jay? What's up, bro?
Hey,
how you doing?
Hey, VB, how are you? You okay?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, good, man. Look, we've got the same color shirts on.
I'm voting for the Democrats. This is my Biden. My Harris. Oh, I'm sorry, Harrison Wall. Blue.
We got it. Hold on.
Hey, you can't people. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look. He's on the Kamala Harris. K, unsubscribe right now. VB's supporting Kamala Harris. Telltale, text on.
Hey,
hey, man. Hey, listen. Well, if anybody doesn't know, me and VB, is very close, my brother, like all of us that share the skin color. It may not be a DNA match. May not be logistical.
Somebody will be a match. Yeah.
May not have kinky hair, VB.
I'm in my damn hair. You know what I'm saying?
we may not wear medallions
right
around our necks, but one thing I know, we are brothers and sisters, regardless, because of what our enemy asks of us, and
discrimination. Because of the discrimination we face historically, because that's what it is. That's why we brothers, because we acknowledge that. We got enough sense to acknowledge it. Even though you in the UK and you from Jamaica, I'm from the US, I'm in EU also. We acknowledge that. We still acknowledge.
We must, because it's very important, especially in these times. What we are witnessing in the UK, or what we are witnessing in America, what we are witnessing in Africa, what we witness in the Caribbean, no matter where we are, our people must come to the understanding. We must hold dear to our hearts, our culture, our heritage, our well-being, and our well-being is not expressed, can never be expressed in someone else's land. Sorry, VB, to take over, but what I would like to say is, as much as I do, hey Ma, turn that off. Scott, turn it off. Yeah, turn it off. Sorry, I put the fish on. Turn it off, please. Right now, I know our people have had a rough time. But we are right now. We have left our home, and we have become separated. Sorry, VB. Sorry, I got the fish on the fire. Ma's at the cooker. Ma,
yeah, I see you.
Rifleman. I tell you, right? You know, you can't make this stuff up, right? But I mean, people, look, man. The way I look at it, it's just my observation. We need to be amongst our own. We need to have our own laws. We need to love each other. We need to love our culture. God.
But what you mean we need our laws? What you mean by that?
Well, the laws as we know it was passed on to people, like our genes, our how we are, our beings. Everything goes back to Africa.
Are you saying we shouldn't vote?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to figure out what you mean.
No.
Culture?
If you wish to vote, you must vote. I am a firm believer. If you live in a country where you are, you must abide by the rules. Okay? If you don't like it, you must leave.
Yeah, basically. Exactly. True.
Right.
I agree with that.
I am a firm believer. Yeah, I'm a firm believer of even myself, where I stand my ground. I stand my ground as an Englishman, as having Jamaican parentage, as having white people in my family. Pass me, see, Emma. As having white people in my blood, right? I know that, and I don't need to take a DNA test for that, Tama. Now, I live in England. Now, what's happening is you have people trying to say, for an example, turn England into a Muslim country. I'm against that.
Did you hear about that in
Sorry?
Germany? Did you hear about that in Germany just a couple of days ago, man?
Of course I do. Of course I do, VB. Of course I do.
I think it was, who was it who took credit for it? Was it Hamas? Or was it?
Well, look, look. Yeah, I know, but the terrorist organizations are created by the West. 90%. And prove me wrong, JTV, agree or disagree. VB's my brother. We may agree and disagree on many things, but I always ask for dialogue. If you can show me wrong, no problem. No problem.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, facts, bro.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what
you agree with. Then what's the point in dialogue at all? Because the point of dialoguing is to understand somebody else's perspective. It's crazy, you know.
We've not been dialoguing recently, but we have dialogued in the past. And agree or disagree. Me and VB are brothers, and whether the discussion happens and we part or come closer, it's up to ourselves. But I believe that in disagreement, you actually become closer. You you must come to a dialogue, and dialogue is where we separate ignorance.
Definitely. Yes.
And
goal.
And VB's not. He's not ignorant. He's not ignorant. He's my brother, and I cherish him. My Ma's here. She asked for VB. She said, "Why are you not on VB?" You know, she always asks for you. My Ma, she's right there. She love you to bits, right? And you know, I love Tar to bits, and I love everyone. Listen, let's get off that now. When it comes to our people, I get very militant because we have been through enough to know that things are not working. And I have been in the UK, and I feel the UK is a pin. You must stick a pin and say, right, it's not working. Let's go home. I understand the fears in going home to Africa, but we must embrace our homeland. There is no other place for us, and I will stand on it. I'm sorry, VB. Go on.
It's just because I was trying to do this show about the dialogue I had with Urban Intellectual just this morning. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been talking about the whole time. So I thought you was gonna chime in on.
No, go. No, I'm not. No, go, VB. Let me mute out. You go through. I'm staying here. You go through. Go on.
Yeah, because I want to close this part off, just this little segment part off. Yeah, because I did invite people up, but I thought he was going to comment on that part. But anybody want to come up and comment on that part? Feel free about the dialogue with Urban Intellectual. I'm gonna post.
Hold on, VB. What was it that you were saying?
Well,
about what was the conversation? Sorry, I mean,
you
cut me off here.
Yeah, you got to go back and watch it, bro. You got to go back. I played it, did the commentary on it. I just wanted to close out on it.
So all I've said, nothing.
You didn't touch on it yet, but you didn't touch on it yet.
All right, VB. I'm going. Top.
No worries, bro. No worries. But it's good to have you back, though. It's good to have you up. In any case, you can hang up. I'm just gonna close this part out real quick. Then you can speak about whatever. But my main issues is that I wanted to use the dialogue. And if you didn't hear the dialogue, which I did my commentary on, I played the dialogue back and did some commentary on it. It's the dialogue that I had with Urban Intellectual this morning. You can find out his, let me see here. You can find his his YouTube page here, Urban Politicians. I'm sorry, I said the wrong name. Here's the brother right here, Urban Politicians. You can find it now. I don't think he kept the live up, but I recorded my part, and that's the part, the part me and another brother were dialoguing to with him. That's the part I recorded. Luckily, I recorded it on my phone. I was like, you know what? Who knows if this is going to go down or whatever. So, yeah, because YouTube does that sometimes, or people choose to do that to protect their pages if it's been some cursing or things like that. But this is Urban Politicians TV. And so I hopped up on there, and the brother was nice enough to allow me to come up. So I respect that a lot, and I appreciate that. And that's what we should be doing. I allow people to come up and express their views, even if they're different from mine, so we can have a conversation over here. And he extended the same courtesy to me, so I appreciate that. Hopefully one day he'll hop up over here and continue the dialogue. But he seemed like he's willing to do that, even if you don't agree with him. He seems like he's willing to do that if you got something to offer. So he allowed me to come up, and that was a good move. So go back to the beginning of the stream. This stream been going on 2.5 hours. Go back to the beginning. I'm going to clip the beginning because I had a little technical difficulty when I was starting. I was just changing computers. I'm over here on a Mac now, and I'm usually streaming from the PC laptop. You know what I'm saying? So so I had to kind of get past a couple of bumps in the start, but get to the part where I start dialogue and I got the camera up and I'm playing the dialogue I had with him, and let me know what you think. The dialogue was about the Democrats, the Republicans, Kamala Harris, Biden, and some of the things you often hear. And I was questioning him on how he framed his discontent, like asking pretty much, is it reasonable? Is it fact-based, or is it assumptive-based, or is it feelings-based? And my personal opinion was that, although I don't disagree with him about everything at all, but my general thing about the criticisms of Biden and Harris is that a lot of us don't follow what's going on enough to really criticize them. A lot of our criticisms, and I think I outlined that pretty well in my reaction video, a lot of us criticize things without being fully prepared. Like,
sorry, VB. Sorry, what was you on about before? Was it Kamala Harris? Sorry, I didn't.
No, it's some of the typical things, criticisms. A lot of typical criticisms.
Yeah, run it back for me. Run it back for me, please. I beg you, because I came in, and I don't want to leave like I'm sorry, VB, but give me a chance to.
I'm not going to play the video because people can see the video. They can
tell me.
But
yeah, go on.
Give you an explanation. I can give you one example.
I'm sorry. I maybe just came on and just started rambling.
No worries. But check this out.
Was I rambling? Was I rambling?
Just hold on, Jay. You're rambling now, so let me get through. But check it out, Jay. Look, check this out. Here's your example. Check this out. You hear a lot of people ask this question: what have Biden and Harris done for Black people? You'd agree you hear that question, right?
Well, I could tell you right away, but you can play. Hang on, before you play that. Before you play that.
No.
Okay,
Jay,
before you. Yeah. Okay. 1 second, VB. 1 second. Before you play that,
I'm not.
I can answer.
Jay, I'm not.
No, I know, but I can answer you. I can answer you.
Yes.
Just I don't know what you're gonna play, and I will listen to what you're gonna play.
Jay,
from what?
Jay,
Okay.
Jay, listen, I'm not going to play anything. For people that want to hear it, they can go back to listen to the stream, the beginning of the stream. What I'm asking you, I'm giving you an example of what was discussed. That's all. So in that example, I'm asking you, you've heard the statement being made that, or the question, what have Biden and Harris done for Black people? You've heard that before, right? You've heard people ask that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so here's the example. My example was this. What I wanted to illustrate was this. There's a bill. A lot of people that ask that question, they don't understand that it's a poorly formulated question. It's going to get a no result out of it. Because if you really are following their policies and following the Congress and following the Senate and following the executive pen and following the courts after,
absolutely,
then you would obviously notice that the American Rescue Pact 2021 for Black farmers, this is how it's worded: Black farmers and minorities who face discrimination in the United States in the farming industry and the agriculture sector, right? They allocated Biden, they passed it in Congress, Biden signed it. I believe that, yeah, exactly. And it was $4 billion to this group that had been discriminated against, right? And it's said in the writing, Black. It's been halted in the courts by Republicans, right? Saying that it's racist because it was outlined for particular groups of ethnicities and races.
Yeah.
It's been stalled in court. And that we went over. That was the example that I gave. And I gave the reasoning. They say it themselves. They called it racist. It's the Republicans in the courts saying that you cannot outline money to races or ethnicities of people like that. They're fighting it in court. So if you're asking the question, what have Biden as the president and what has Kamala Harris as the vice president done for Black people, then you need to know how the system is working so you can see that they're being fought right now in the court for even using the term Black or minority.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Rifleman, Ma. Now, can only go off what's being said and what's being done.
Oh, but
now all I can ask.
Yeah.
Okay,
I illustrated.
That's one. Yeah,
but
that's one. That is a.
Have to do it.
That is a point. That is a ting. Yes, baby, you got a ting. Okay. My observation of the speech of Kamala Harris.
Okay, now you're gonna flip the subject.
Was a wonderful.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm not flipping it. I'm not flipping it.
You want
I'm
to
not
talk about
flipping it.
That's good. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Well, VB, unfortunately, we can only go by what they say. On what they say. Now, I am in the UK. I'm in the UK. So I can only hear what someone has said and say, okay, they have said this, then I can say, right, I can hold them to account on what they have said. What I heard Camilla say was about the middle class. I heard and it was a great speech. Don't get me wrong, a great speech, wonderful speech. And she spoke about the middle class. She spoke about Trump. She spoke about what else did she speak about? She spoke about the. I mean, that's how vague it was. VB, sitting here in my office in the UK. What really stood out was the middle class. I didn't hear anything about the migrant situation. I didn't hear much about the cost of living. I didn't hear much about the war in Gaza. I didn't hear much about the war in Ukraine. Now, I did hear about the farmers who was going through a legal battle, which has not just started now. My concern is political science of our people. And the political science of our people is much like the financial science of our people. Is something that needs to be looked at very carefully. Now, I am not a trumpeter, neither I am a Harrisateur, because the problem with Kamala Harris, I have found a lot of resentment to Jamaica. My mother and father was born in Jamaica, came to England. My foreparents, my grandfather never took a plane in his life, came here on a boat, rebuilt this country. We have racial tensions here. What I'm really asking for my people, and that's why I always point to Africa, where we're kind of missing the buck, is we think we can be in a white man's world and rule it. We have failed miserably, and we can see the
all right, I gotta ask you
lighter skinned people, lighter skinned people failing miserably. They may come with Islam, which, I mean, honestly, if everyone really stayed where they were, it would be better. So, I mean, we're kind of to talking politics for myself. Jay, I have no political allegiance.
Jay, but
so
you gotta qualify what you're saying, because you know they're not one groups of people we're talking about. You know, when you talk about you know, other countries, Africa, Arabia, you know, there's different groups of migrants from different countries, from different parts of the world too, you know? So, I mean, I understand that, you know, there's going to be people that want her to talk about more. You got 2 months to hear it. She's going to be, people going to be asking her these questions, and people should ask more questions, you know? But I just want you to qualify, like when you said you were talking about light-skinned people, what do you mean? Like you talking about?
Well, there's a clear distinction. There's a clear distinction. Clear distinction between colors of skin.
Okay, but how is it having, you know, and you're talking about in the United States, in the UK, in the world,
worldwide. I mean, I mean, to speak about the United States.
I got you. You talking about the world?
It's very whimsical. It's very whimsical, VB. The United States is the UK. There is no such thing as the United States. The United States is a branch of the UK. You may feel that you have some allegiance to America, but your true allegiance should be to the United Kingdom. Because
you talking about people in the UK?
No, we're talking about you said about color of skin. So the color of skin, our place is in Africa, and that's where I go back to. People must. I don't make the standards now.
No,
for all those.
No, you got to stand on your standards. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so, I'm standing on it. I'm standing on it, VB. I'm saying the standards that are set, and it's not a black man's world. We need to get out of our head. It's a white man's world. The white man rules this world. Okay, we are a part of their world. So,
but
to
Jay,
become great,
do you think I don't get that point though, man? Because let me say this. You know, historic systemic discrimination does exist. It exists. You can't avoid that. You can't avoid it. That's international. That has happened. You don't have something like a transatlantic slave trade. That's the transatlantic slave trade is an international affair. It involved different countries, different groups of people, different groups of brown people, black people, white people, different people. So that's everybody. There's only two types of people on Earth: those that deny that the Holocaust existed to Africans, and people that don't.
I'm so happy you said that, Kay. Rifleman. Now, there was a point in history.
Some of the people that don't are black people that don't agree.
Africa was great. Africa was great until a certain race of people came in and invaded Africa. We had many civilizations. I am.
Okay, so
our world. No. I'm not sure before religion, but we are living in religious times. Now, when it comes to religious times,
racism ain't a part of religion.
Yes, it is. But it came with that. We came with the invasion of the African continent.
Right, I get you. But that
the
was
world.
Groups.
Yes, the world. We are looking at our times now, and we are saying that history, our ways now, our thinking, is what other people thought. It's not so. It's not so. Because what happened is...
Yeah, true. I agree with that.
The end of the greatness of our African people, it happened in Egypt. The greatest civilization known to man.
Just try to, because we also got Beverly, we also got Digara. Just try to consolidate what you're saying real quick. Like, what's the point of what you're saying? What do you recommend? Are you saying, for example,
my recommendation is the only recommendation, VB, is we need to go back to Africa. We need to build our own systems. We need to live amongst our own people. Okay? We need to, whether there's nothing wrong with using the powers, which absolutely helps the whole world. If we are great, then the whole world would be great.
But Jay, you're not. Africa is not depopulated. You know, Africa is populated.
I never said it was. Never said it was.
There's Africans in Africa working.
No. Oh, no.
Right? No.
Well, if they were great, a bit like your thoughts on Camilla Harris, thinking that because she has a darker skin than Biden, things will be great again.
I didn't say that.
You are wrong. You are wrong.
No, Jay,
you are wrong.
Jay, I'm not wrong because I did not say that. What are you talking about? What you talking about?
I'm telling you, you are wrong. You are implementing that because listen to me. Listen, hang on. Yeah. No, but let's go back to the original question. You've taken me off to Africa. I say Africa is the only place for us to be great again, VB. You can't disagree with that. If you disagree with that, you're a traitor.
I'm not talking about that. There's not an issue.
Go on.
I asked the question. I said, have you heard people asking Kamala Harris and Biden, what have you done for black people? That's what I asked.
Right. Let's go back to the question. So,
and then what I said was that
apart from what you have said, Kamala Harris has done. She has done nothing. Nothing, VB. The whole world sees that. It's not just me.
No,
so it's for you to tell me. No, I'm not against. I am not against Kamala Harris. I'm not against Kamala Harris. I am not for
the whole
Trump.
World does not see that. You can't.
But tell me, apart from this four, I can, VB, I can. From what she said in her last speech, I saw what she.
Wrong.
I saw no, but VB, I saw what she said. She had not one policy, VB, that really matters to American people.
Let me go back. See, Jay, you did not do what I asked you to do. I said, listen, as a point, I was illustrating a point, and I raised the rescue plan, the Rescue Act of 2021, which is the Biden administration. Harris had to vote on it. She was a senator. You do know that the vice president is the lead as a senator. You do know how the split between the Senate is between Republicans. One vote can turn the tide one way or the other. So to get the act through, they had to vote. The act was what? In description, in the wording, it was funds, $4 billion allocated to Black and minority farmers in the United States of America that had faced racial discrimination during the farming because of the farming loans, because the people that had the state funding, they got the federal funding to then pass through the state, decided they didn't want to give none to Blacks or minorities. They gave it to white farmers. Now, that 2021 Act, Rescue Plan Act, for those groups described in there has been halted in court by Trump and white farmers, saying that it is racist to use that language. They called it reverse racism, and I illustrated it. I proved it. I showed it. And they said it stalled in court because of the language, and it didn't stop. It's not failed, but what they did was they stopped any funding from being released until the matter is solved. But the opposing force that's fighting it in the court, which is Trump lawyers and Republicans, they're saying it's racist to use that language. So then what do? Then they said, okay, well then they did another act where they removed the language and they changed it to middle class, lower class people, right? And then the Republicans still don't want that. You see, so the thing about it is that how can you blame someone for using language they did use the language, and then you claim they didn't use the language. They used the language. They got stopped in court. So what do you want?
No,
so you don't. Hold on, Jay.
I mean, look, BB, you imagine, my mother and father.
Just wait a second. Jay, just wait a second. Wait a second. You're missing something. The reason why I pointed that court case out, that law out, is to illustrate that that is happening regarding the wording across the board dealing with anything black in America. Using the term black in the courts is being called reverse racism, brother. That's the problem right there. And who's calling it reverse racism? White Trumpers, people that support Trump are. That's the one stalling it in the court. It ain't the black farmers stalling it in the court. It's not the minorities farmers arguing that case. It's not Kamala Harris saying it's reverse racism. It's not Joe Biden saying it's reverse racism. It's Trump. And that's across the board. So if you take that one example, that is a precedent in law, in the courts. How can you argue it in another way in the same court? How can you argue it for, you see the issue there? Oh, hold on. You on mute. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Okay. What I understand is our need.
You didn't get that point. You didn't get that point, Jay.
No, VB. I understand, VB. Believe you me.
Oh, acknowledge.
VB. Yes, I acknowledge. I acknowledge.
So what do
I acknowledge it.
What do you do about that?
I'm going to tell you what we do. What I said before. We are fighting in a soup.
People that don't want to acknowledge racial discrimination exists.
No. Forget about that, VB. Forget. Yeah. Look, man. As long as you are amongst the enemy, stomping your feet, that's what will happen. That's what will happen. The only resurrection, the only resurrection of the black people is to go to Africa and to establish their own.
Stop right
way.
there.
That's the only way.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Do you need funding to do that? To go back to Africa?
In their own interest, VB.
Would you like that, or should you do
in their own interest? In their own interest.
So
in their own interest, they know that.
Yourself, should you go back to Africa on your own coin, or do you want some settlement to help you go back to Africa from your tax dollars?
Well, look.
Because
unfortunately, you need to cut ties. You need to cut ties. If you are going back to Africa and we're going to establish our own society.
So why don't you go? Why didn't you go then? If it's that simple, why didn't you go? You missing something? You got a problem? You don't have enough money? What's the problem? You don't know how to buy a plane ticket? What's the problem?
I see. So, okay. Anyway, hold
on. I gotta get in there.
Hold on, Ralph.
Yeah, go on, Ralph. Ralph.
Wait. Wait, it's not your turn, bro. It's Beverly's turn. She was right up here before you, man. Jade came.
Yeah, go on, Beverly. No, go on. Because you're saying I should leave. So
no,
okay, you
should leave. You said
you should leave.
No, you the one who said.
No, what I'm saying is for our people. I'm not VB. This is bigger than me.
What is that? Is that you? Now? Should they leave?
No. The conversation, what we are talking about, does not include myself or yourself. I don't live in America. You self don't live in America. Hold on.
It includes.
It don't, VB. It don't. Your class is a traitor. Your class is a traitor to your people. Yes, you are. You're not.
What you talking about? Who classed me as a traitor? Nobody classed me as a traitor.
I do. I do. I class anyone that leaves their country, goes to another country and complains about their country, they're a traitor. And it's not just me.
So you saying
no, hang on. No, VB, I love you. No, I'm not. VB, I don't class you as a traitor. I don't class you as a traitor. But VB, if I was in charge of a nation of people, if you left the nation, you are no longer a part of the nation. I'm not the only one that takes that stance.
Jay, what is that?
VB, this is written in law. Now you want to go on to written in law.
Law. What are you talking
about? It is, VB. It is.
Look the law right now. What's the law? I got Chat GDP. State the law.
The law is, check the traitor law. Check the traitor law. You cannot be in another country. You cannot be in another country. Okay. You cannot be in another country, right? And complain about your country.
What law is it, Jay?
If you're, it's there. VB, it may not be written down. It may not be written down. But I tell you what, you'll be hung, drawn, and quartered. Yeah, VB. You will be in England. You'll be hung, drawn, and quartered, and put on the rack, and put on the rack as well, VB. You would be, because you are not living in a country, and you are talking about a country that you were not in. Once you leave.
All right, let me stop Jay for a second. Jay, first of all, Jay, I'm here in the country I'm in legally. Secondly, Jay, according to the law, I have the right to vote legally while living in another country, brother. Secondly, what are you talking about? I think what you're having a hard time with is you trying to paint everything as black and white. You stay or you leave. If you don't stay or you leave, you shut up. Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, stop talking about your theory. Just stop talking about the theory. Talk about what you can show and prove. I mean, it's okay to have an opinion, but where are we going with this, with the opinion? I'm in the country that I'm in legally, Jade. And Jade, you're on mute. And secondly, I'm talking. But here's the thing. If you want to address me, you have to address me. Now, you did address me. You said I'm a traitor. So I'm going to address you. Fuck you. Okay? It's really simple. You understand that? I'm saying that in my own defense. Okay? If you think I'm a traitor, fuck you. Period. You see what I'm saying? I didn't use language like that towards you, brother. Don't you ever fucking call me a traitor. Try calling me a traitor to my fucking face. Secondly, what are you talking about? I'm born and raised in the United fucking States of America, and you blaming me for going and seeing some other part of the world? Are you out of your goddamn mind? And then you go and suggest people should go to Africa. What are you talking about? I can go anywhere I goddamn want. That's my right. As long as I follow the laws. I'm not breaking an American law. I'm not breaking a European law. What the hell are you talking about? Stick to it seemed like you're trying to have a conversation you're not really trying to have, to be honest. Because if I'm having this conversation, I'm saying point out the law. You didn't point it out. So it's not a law. You might have some sort of social understanding where you come from. So fucking what? You ain't stopping me from walking down the street. There's no place in my country where somebody is walking up to me calling me a traitor. Are you talking about? When I go to my hometown, people are coming up to me talking about, V, I love you, brother. What are you talking about? You don't grow up in a country keeping it real your whole goddamn life for one day just because you live and are a free man. My brothers and sisters in the U.S. don't hold anything against me for living. What are you talking about? That's living is not being a traitor, brother. Now, I'm talking about how the legal system works in America as an American citizen, a person with voting rights, birthright. That's my right to do that. That's not being a traitor, brother. That's my right. I would be a traitor if I didn't. Do I come from the place I live in? No. Am I a citizen in the place I live in? No. So what are you talking about, traitor? Did I trade in my citizenship? No. I didn't. I'm a minority where I live. When I was in the US, I wasn't a minority in DC, but in terms of the country, minority there too. You see, so brother, don't ever come into me that way, talking about somebody's a traitor. Save those words to when you see my face. Anybody can say it over the internet. And if you ain't willing to do it, then shut the fuck up. All right, so Beverly, you there? No offense, but Jay, you going off the rocket head, man. So I ain't never called you a traitor, so fuck all that. Yo, excuse my language, but damn, this dude about to get fouled. Like, go ahead. You there?
I want to know why was it bothering her. That's what I was trying to say.
Oh, Pumpkin, you there?
It ain't no issue.
All right, Pumpkin, she not there. Go ahead, Ralph. Go ahead.
Okay, this is similar to what I just spoke about with you on WhatsApp yesterday. But before I get into that, I'm gonna say peace to everybody. Please, everybody, keep cool heads, cool mind, because even though we all have different opinions, you know what I'm saying, we should never have to take it that far. This is one thing. Hold on. Let me get my speak here.
Cool, bro.
No one. I said no one. No matter what, no one. That means everybody. I mean, so I'm not saying Jay took it too far. I'm not saying you took it too far. It can all be ended. It all be ended right now.
Jay took it too far.
But still, we engage in it. So it's us. That's why I classify us as, because same thing I stated in our WhatsApp and on WhatsApp. You know what I'm saying? This is divisive towards our people because of what we think is appropriate in our relationship with government.
Address another person as a traitor and they complain about divisiveness.
Well, in America, right? That's the thing about America. We have free speech. So I can call you or whoever, bitch ass nigga right now. But at the end of the day, it's still divisive.
It's still divisive. That's a
choice. It is. It's true. That's true. I'm not arguing that, D Bennett. I'm not even arguing that, my homie. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm still rocking with both you guys. So you gotta hear me clearly, because I don't.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you straight up. If you ever meet me in real life, you're gonna be rocking with me. You ain't gonna be rocking with Jade, and you know goddamn well what I mean.
No, that's wrong. But that's wrong for you to tell me that too, because like I said, Jay got things I'm interested in, like you have things I'm interested in.
Bro, Jay want to talk about some social order or some social rule. You know the social rule.
Well, social rules come from the street, and I'm a street nigga, so I'm somewhat of a street nigga. So
exactly,
I know social rules gotta have its parts in particular situations.
So where's the social rule? Where did I break some sort of social rule?
I didn't say that. That's you're bringing what you and Jay talked about into something different than what I'm. Yeah, but that y'all were having that conversation. You had to respond back to it. So I'm just saying, let me get to what we were talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in general, I wanted to get to the black farmers. That thing that was just passed in 2021. Exactly. Let's get into the topic. What I came up here for.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can look at COVID, right? Now we can understand that those white farmers, they didn't have enough produce to even push the market for people to have food in America. So they had to open a market for black farmers to even come in, or minority farmers, as what they want to call them, right? Because I'm in a state where there's a lot of black farmers. Now they were going bankrupt and not getting loans and not getting anything. But that
You talking
doesn't
about
say.
black farmers?
Say that again.
Yeah, you talking about black farmers not getting loans?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can get in my car and drive 3 minutes down the road, and we have a school, a black school farm for our children to make for their produce. You know what I'm saying? But that we talk about this in our school system with our children here. What they had to go through to get that, and they had to go through Republican parties and deal with Republican parties just to even deal with that situation. All right, that's a fact on how we live in here.
Yeah.
But let's get to the meat. Let's get to the meat and potatoes. We can all see that those things weren't applied until we had a shortage of things. So it's not something that was applied 2000, 1990, 1980. They were black farmers ever since then.
Ralph,
So
Hey, hold on.
how can she just cut me off like that, man? I gotta just let her cut me off like that.
Try to understand what he's saying, though, because when you say applied, that wasn't applied. What you mean applied? Like
The law, the grants, the loans, the funding. Those things weren't even applied in those times until COVID.
No. The funding been applied all the time to farmers, man. The farmers been getting so many grants in the country. I'm not saying it's wrong to give farmers grants. Farmers got to grow food.
Listen, the topic was the minority black farmers. They weren't.
But they were not. They're the ones being discriminated against. They couldn't get the loans because another white person that had the power to say no locally said it.
Facts. That's the point I'm proving here. Because those white farmers had all the highest stake with Walmart, Food Line. I work at Food Line. I work at Food Line distribution, right? Food Line don't shut down. Food Line consistently pump food, gave enormous amount of money to keep pumping food. And it wasn't until that those European farmers or majority farmers were out of income or out of food or out of produce, they had to rely on now what was called the minority resources. You know what I'm saying? So that's not saying they did us any favors. That's just saying they had to do that because of the crisis we were in.
But why is it being fought then?
Are you finished, Ralph?
Yeah, go ahead, Beth.
Now you know what. Thank you for not allowing me to even come up here to voice myself. No, it seems like every time, like Jay was allowed to get 5, 10, 15 minutes of point. Y'all had a pointless 15. Not saying Jay, but because he brought. As soon as she get up there, she said, "Am I done? Am I done?" Okay, yeah, you know, y'all have a good one.
He's not done.
First of all, what I want to say, you can catch an attitude only one. He don't know what he's talking about. My dad grew up on a farm, and that farm bill is like reparations for the years of mistreatment that farmers got in America. So I don't know if can you hear me?
I mean, that's what it says in the that's what it said in the bill. It's 4 years of discrimination.
So Ralph is talking about something that modern day that has nothing to do with the farm bill.
Yeah,
it has absolutely nothing to do with the farm bill. But he would vote for a man who he's gonna vote for a man who just don't give a damn about nobody but himself. That bill, my dad grew up on a farm. That was for the farmers of old days back in the South who had their land taken away from them. That's all it is. That's all it's about.
For those people that didn't hear Beverly, what Ralph stated, it's not true. The reason why the funding was allocated, it's in the actual bill itself. It's because of decades of systemic discrimination against Black farmers that happened prior. It wasn't because they needed to grow some food today. That's not in the bill. And the reason why it's being stopped is because they're saying that you cannot use that language of Black and minority to allocate funds, that is reverse discrimination. I mean, he made it up. You know what I'm saying? Now, it could be a theory that I can understand somebody saying it's a theory that
you say
now because they needed some farmers, but that's just a theory. That's not a fact. So there you go. Go ahead, Beth.
Every time you notice, every time Every time Ralph gets on, and I love Ralph. Don't think I don't. I love Ralph. I like talking with him. But
Ralph, is he a traitor?
Ralph don't want to hear the truth.
Is he a traitor?
He does. I don't call him a traitor. I just say he's misinformed. But he doesn't want to hear the truth. He's basing everything on today's society, what happened in today's. But that's not what happened with the Farm Bill. That's like reparation for Black farmers who were years ago.
That is what it was. That's what it says. That's exactly
it's reparations. And I didn't even read that, but I know it because my dad and them had farms and they left them because they couldn't sustain it and they came to the North. A lot of Black people left the South because of that. They didn't get what they were supposed to.
Ralph said he grew up on the farm.
You know, that's all I have to say because I'm out. I was eating lunch and listening, but yeah, but it's reparations.
VB, 1 second, Beverly. Sorry, VB, if I class you as a traitor. I wasn't classing you as a traitor. So apologies for that. I would never class anyone as a traitor. I'm just saying that for myself, it is concerning when someone doesn't live in the country and has something to say about the country. I wasn't singling yourself out as a traitor.
Why is that concerning? Don't you know plenty of people do that? Don't you know that?
It don't matter what VB, I don't make the rules. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules.
You don't make the rules.
I'm just saying.
You don't make the rules.
But you do. You do.
I don't make the rules. I'm following them. What the? Come on. I don't make the
rules. If you follow the rules, of a I'm just saying.
Hey, look, listen. Why is it that Sean Hannity's ass can just migrate to America and be the #1 voice for white racists?
America is England, VB. Get used to it, mate.
In the moment a Black man from America moves out of the U.S., he can't say shit. He just got to be quiet. Listen, let me.
I'm not quieting your opinions.
Let me explain to people why I'm here on the internet. I'm here on the internet, in case people don't know, to talk about rights that people actually have in other countries, which us in the United States of America don't seem to be able to get and make them aware of. That's the only reason why.
Why are you letting Beverly and Andrea talk and not Ralph? He's in the country as well.
Argue for Ralph. Argue for yourself, bro. Let Ralph argue.
No. That's the truth, though. Like, I gave her respect. I was quiet through you and Jay thing. I was, even if she was talking, I would have waited my turn. How is she allowed to tell me how misinformed I am and what she was and is valid when I was born on a farm in Emporia, Virginia, raised on a farm in Emporia, Virginia? She told me I was a farmer.
But look, we got Ralph. Me and Ralph look just alike. Me and Ralph are family.
Don't go
there. You know what I'm saying? That's what we were called at first. So now I have to go there because you said it. You stated it. You stated it. No, ma'am, you stated it. And he won't even mute you out of respect. This is the reason why I stopped, because of the respect.
I mute people all the time, man.
No. But I was talking. When I was talking, I got the respect that was deserved. When, you know what I'm saying, back in the time when things were cool, I got that respect. When they're talking, we let them talk. We wait each other's turn. We all had somewhat of decor, respect for each other. This ain't showing no respect. This is the same thing I put in the WhatsApp. No, all because of our own opinion. Now, to me, to get to my point, I was trying to state even through slavery with the farm bills. I was even trying to state I tried to go back from early 2000s, the 90s, the 80s. Ralph is misinformed. No, Ralph is not misinformed because they owe more than $4 billion.
Stop.
But Ralph, that's not what the Farm Bill is about. That's not what the Farm Bill is about. Exactly. It is reparations for years of mistreatment before you.
That's what I just said. I just said
one that. Policy. What else? What's the other policies?
listen. It's not. I think. Look. First of all, I know. Beverly and Andrea get.
She's married to a Jewish person.
Listen.
How is that?
Look, I have to mute people that attempt to talk over me. It's just that simple.
And now you're bringing race into the thing.
Hold on. Don't talk
over Beverly, me. Come on.
Look, you're talking over me. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Okay? Now listen. Look, here's the point. I brought up the bill to illustrate something. And I understand that Beverly and Andrea, they get that point because they're following the news. They're following what's going on in Congress. They're following what's going on in the Senate with the law. They're following what's going on in the courts. They're following what's going on from the executive branch. That's the point of that's why I brought this up. I didn't bring this up to only talk about Black farmers. I came up to illustrate how problems exist between the language that's being used to provide some sort of assistance to Black folk and the law, and how it's being fought in the law, how it's being fought in Congress, Senate, how you need a president, even if it gets passed, to sign it, and then it can even find itself being fought in the courts after. Now, if you apply that logic to any other thing that they try to pass, you can see now what the real problem is. That's why I brought it up. Don't minimize my point. You see what I'm saying?
VB, I just want to apologize if I never, sorry, VB, I don't want to ever accuse you of being a traitor. You're not. I'm
not. Look, dude, I'm about to, Jay, man,
that's not the point at all.
Exactly. I'm like, just come on. Look, go ahead.
Look at the definition first.
That's what I'm trying to. Well, go ahead, Miss Andrea. You haven't said anything.
No, no, hi, Negro Ralph. No, I was just telling Jay, go look up the definition of traitor and treason, and BB ain't none of that.
Treasonous. Yeah, maybe you might have said treasonous, but a traitor.
No, he's not even treasonous. Go look up treason. He doesn't fall into that category either. So, I mean, just know what words you're using if you're going to say something. Am I breaking up? Because I feel like I'm hearing something.
No, you're very clear. You're very clear.
Okay. Yeah, but no, I'm just saying, this is a good conversation. I mean, I think it's just a little misunderstanding of what I think Bibi said it very clearly. What he's been trying, he was just using that as a reference point, not to make this a full-blown discussion about the farm bill. He was just using it based upon the discussion he had with that guy he was talking about. He hopped up on his panel, So and I think we just got sidetracked and went down a little rabbit hole, and then this is where we are. Nobody, we shouldn't be out here, insulting anybody or having, we can have differences of opinion, but some of this other stuff just got out of hand, and we need not to do that. I mean, my daddy was on a farm. I mean, they was on farms way back in the day that they had the same kind of struggles. It happened with the VA, where Black men weren't, getting their just due after coming back from wars. All this stuff is systemic, and they say that it's systemic. It's happened from way back. It's not something that just occurred in the 2000s and stuff like that. This is stuff that they're trying to make right from way back. The same thing with the land grant HBCUs. All those things are stuff that were put in place to make to quote unquote, as they say, equal the playing field. And those things have still not happened. I mean, they just, I don't know if they just approved this $16 billion that's been owed to the HBCUs since 1987. That they're just now getting. That there's no reason for that money to have been held up all these years. I mean, it's just it's ridiculous. So that's what I think. We need to make sure we understand that it's all of these things that have been done to, and it's just us. It's not all these other people who can't come here and get this stuff. I don't understand. For me, I don't understand what this emphasis is on. When it comes to Black people.
That's my point. That's my point, Miss Andrea. I wasn't just stating. I'm stating that $4 billion isn't enough. Just the 16 billion alone you stated for the college. What about the stolen land? What about the incarcerations and the mistreatment of other people's homes and property? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That is for a $4 billion. That just to be brought up, that low amount of number was
what I was deeply trying to get into. It should be somewhere between 10 trillion, 20 trillion. The same way they get immigrants and migrants who come into this country. That was my whole premise of bringing this conversation up before I was told that I was informed and uneducated about it.
But that's
hold on, Ralph. Let me just say this, because Ralph, that's why I said you're not getting the point of the illustration. But I hear your point. I agree with your point. There's not a disagreement there. The reason why I illustrated this is because you can go through it and see how the process has worked using the language black, using the language discrimination, using the language minority. It's being fought in the courts by Trump and right-wing people. That's what I was illustrating. So if you apply that logic, they're fighting anything that you use with that language in the courts, brother. That was the point. You see
I
what
agree.
I'm saying?
And I agree that should be taken out because it should be classified as American. You should never even had a word called minority, black, or anything applied to it.
But they're the ones who use those words to disenfranchise or discriminate. They use those words.
Yeah,
we're just using those words back at them.
That's why I'm saying let Jay
black people. Then the words need to be put in the language and say, no, we're going to try to make restitution for black people because they use the word. They started it. We did.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying let Jay cook a little bit because he was basically saying the European. Go ahead, BB.
Yeah, but to your point, so if you said, what about the last 100 years? You would still have to use the same language. It would still go through the court. That's why I brought this up so that we can talk.
I doubt that.
You see what I'm saying?
I doubt that because they put on our birth certificate Negro, nigger. So some people who are saying that minority and black, that shouldn't even be classified because that is a new word as far as us being used in America.
If you said no, what they're saying is that any language, any type of discriminate, if you do not include everybody, they don't want it. That's what the right wingers are saying. But how do you address systemic discrimination if you're going to fight the acknowledgement that it existed and that people deserve some form of rescue or reparation, whichever word you choose? You see what I'm saying? There's a conundrum there. And that conundrum applies to everything you take to the courts because of who the judges are. So that's a real problem we got to address. We got to address that in voting. That's what I've said. I said that earlier, and I'm gonna say it again. It's a problem. It's not just. It's wrong. It's a conflict. It's hypocritical to discriminate against people using those words, and then when they acknowledge and say we've been discriminated against, and they show you how, and they use the wording, then you say, yeah, but we can't give it to just you. We can't do nothing just for you. They're saying they don't want to address systemic discrimination.
Yeah, they don't want to address it because then they have to show the downfalls of white American, European Americans, European UK members that took from our American Negroes for 200 to 300 years, even longer. So that's why when Ms. Andrea come up here and she states the fact that the colleges should be owed more, that our citizens should be owed more. We're only getting borderline basics of things, and that's only applying to the small farmers market because of COVID. It's not because it was something that should have been even applied. They would have never even brought it up. They would have never even thought to even assisted anybody that was African American in that category.
But that guy in the corner down in that video down there, Negro Ralph, he's been fighting with them for a long time. This is not new. Yeah. This is not a new thing. He's been fighting with the courts for or this discrimination against black farmers for a long time. Yeah. And so, as they say,
Black Ms. Andre, I told you black farmers were not, even though they were existed, they were going in debt because they were even. You have people like Master P, Snoop Dogg, they got food that they want to put in food line, Walmart. They can't even get their food into the businesses. They can't even get into the corporations because of those types of farmers. They can't even get their stuff across because of the majority rule.
Yeah. No, but I understand that, but I'm just saying this guy in particular has been taking this stuff back, taking it back.
Ralph,
and it should be a whole lot more that we get paid, but we got to start get something somewhere.
Because look, Ralph, this aid that farmers have been getting the whole time, it's not because they couldn't get their products in the stores. The aid that they were getting is because they didn't have the equipment. They had other hurdles, natural disasters, drought, things that they needed assistance with. They need new equipment for new agricultural means, right? Now, what they was doing was they was allocating funds to white farmers. And when a black farmer said, yeah, we have those same problems, they were saying, but we ain't going to give you that loan. We're not going to.
It's the same way we'll try to open most businesses in your area. It's no different from that. And that's and those black farmers, who says you can't take a cow or ox and do the same thing? It's not about the equipment all the time. It's about land mass and locations. Like some people live in food deserts. Now, for a person who lives in a food desert, knowing that there's farms around that can't get food into our own local market, into our own black businesses, those black farmers would be making money if it was within our black citizenship in our black country, whether in our black states, our black cities, things like that. If we had more our own grocery stores and things like that, we can have our own farmers put that food there instead of going to a oversized commercial market.
Oh, I see. Well, that's a different. Well, I'm not saying
that goes hand in hand, VB, and that's the point I'm trying to prove with my misinformed, uneducated ass.
But let me ask you. Let me ask you though, Ralph. So, who was responsible for the legislation that stops black farmers from selling food and setting up stores in black communities, selling their agricultural products to black? Who's signed legislation to stop that?
I don't know about that. I can't give you an answer on that. That's not what I'm educated in.
Okay, was it Democrat or was it a Republican? Right. So those are things we got to look into, right?
I can also say that it goes upon your city, like who you vote into office within, who's your governor, who's your mayor, to apply to build your cities and your community.
Right. It's on the state. It's a state level, and sometimes it crosses boundaries. I mean, if there's a farmer in Virginia and they got more farmland than, for example, a place like DC, there would be a need for those farmers to be able to also sell their goods in DC or wherever their population of people are. So it could cross borders, and of course, they're obviously Virginia governors is operating differently from Maryland or DC. They just all the time on how they go and what's behind that. We got to get into that, but I just wanted to know if that was a Democrat or Republican thing.
Yeah, and it's a state thing. It doesn't have to even be Democratic or Republican, because, like I said, certain times within certain situations, you can understand how many times you can go into your neighborhood in DC, and your times you could have seen a bunch of black this, a bunch of black that. You don't see that no more. You know what I'm saying? You can't. Those things have been eliminated.
It was a guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what happened? And when I was growing up, there used to be black supermarkets. There was that. And if I remember correctly, of course, I want to do some research, but my memory is not that faulty. But the research to provide the details, I can't provide those details. But if I remember correctly, it has something to do with billionaire corporations. The billionaire corporation and
Walmart
industry over the smaller ones. And there were debates about that. There was debates about protecting small business back then. And
it was shut down. Walmart,
and then not only
Target, Shoppers, they destroyed the market for black people in small minority homes, small country sites, anything that was overpopulated with a 75% Negroes or blacks, whatever you want to call it, was shut down. So for people who wanted to move out of our states and go move into the cities, the inner cities, and intertwine with big businesses, y'all are the reasons why that the people in the country, the people who stand in the population amongst themselves, 80% of blacks, 60% of blacks, y'all are the reason why it's failing, because you take your resources elsewhere and put your money somewhere in somebody else's pocket, and then go back and tell us we got to go ahead and go with the majority rule.
But let me ask you this.
Those are what I call sellouts.
But let me ask you, Ralph. So, do you agree or disagree that reparations in some form needs to be paid to African Americans, regardless of what your industry is? Do you agree that it should be, or do you disagree? Are you against the rescue?
I'm for it and against it, because not all deserve.
No. No.
That's not true. That's not true,
You don't
Ralph.
know if all of them
Well,
deserve.
he asked me an opinion. He asked
Yo,
me my opinion.
Yeah,
It
that's
ain't got to
fine.
be a
But
fact.
I
That's
know
my
he asked.
opinion.
He asked you your opinion. I'm just saying what you. That's my opinion. What you're saying is not true, because, you know, the
No,
repar-
that's you calling me a liar. My opinion would have been like, hey,
It's
okay.
not. I didn't call you a liar.
No, I'm
I
saying
did
that
not
what
call
you
you a
saying that's not
liar.
you saying it's not true. It's stating that it's a lie. Him asking me a question about what I think is just an opinion. That can have no answer or anything. But to elaborate on it,
You're
for you
right,
to
I
say that
Beverly.
he's
never
You
calling
called
me
right
a
you a
there.
liar.
liar.
You
I've
right
never,
there.
since I've
You
known you,
can't
said
you
you
can't
were a
dismiss
liar.
that.
I've
What
never
did
called you a liar. I've
Ralph,
Jade?
never,
What did you say?
since I've been knowing you,
yeah,
called you a liar, Ralph. But what you're saying, okay, maybe I shouldn't have said it the way I said it. But what you're saying is not. That is for the farm bill now is passing the bill for past farmers, not now. It has nothing to do with
I
now.
never said
Although
now. I'm talking about all in general, and it's not good enough.
it's
Well,
not good
that's a
enough. Well, of course it's
Let
not good
Ralph
enough.
speak.
we all agree on that. It's definitely not good.
Biden himself said it was not enough. He in
So
his second
why
term he
push something
wanted
that's not
more.
good enough?
Biden,
That's like
he's on his
if
way
you
to his
listen,
deathbed.
if you was
Jade.
a general in war and you saying, hey, I'm gonna take half my platoon to put in the worst situation, but we not gonna win this. It's not good enough, but I'm gonna still send you. Instead of coming up with another creative plan, you are a terrible general.
It's
That's saying
because
he's a
of the
terrible chief and
Republicans
commander.
won't
You did
pass
not take your
bills.
best and put it in the worst. You never
But
take your best of
Jade,
Easter egg and put it
Okay,
in a bad
Ralph,
basket.
Ralph.
Jade.
Ralph, it's because of the Republicans. They won't help him. They wouldn't help him pass bills, because if they help him pass
They're
that
fighting
bill,
it.
that would make him look good. And they
Ralph.
won't help him. And
Okay,
you see the gentleman, let me say this and then I'm going to, let everybody else. But you see the gentleman with the hat on. I forget his name. He's from Colorado. He was about to lose his form. Yeah, it's true. It's not enough, but it was more than they got. It was more than the HBCUs got. They weren't getting money for years. So what do you want? You can't solve decades old problem with one president. Everybody wants a miracle. Everybody wants to know what Kamala is going to do for the black community. She didn't do this for the
I
black
never thought that in
community.
my life.
She didn't
I
do
never
that.
wondered anything what she would do for us.
You know,
I never thought anything
right.
about what Kamala could do.
But
I'm
Listen.
just saying
yeah,
in general, not you, in general, Ralph, and there. But you can't expect all this decades old. It's systemic racism. It goes way back. Whether I'm a farmer or not, if my dad had a farm, he lived on a farm, and it wasn't a small farm, it was big acres, about 40, 50 acres in Virginia. He left it. The
Yeah,
reason
all
why
the farms
people
in
wait, let me say
there's
this.
many farms
The
in Southern
reason
Virginia.
why people the reason why people left the South then is because there was no justice for them. There was none. My grandmother had a business, everything. She lost her business in the South. They let her house burn down to the ground because she lived in a white neighborhood, and they let it burn down. That's why black people
That's the
left the
problem.
South.
That's
It
the
has
same thing I
nothing to
just
do with
addressed. When you take your
selling people
resources
out. It
somewhere
has
else,
nothing to do with selling people out. And I'm talking about the early 1900s.
yeah, that's the gentrification. Even back then, you took when people take their resources out of the area they built themselves in, you are
Ralph.
part of the
yeah,
gentrification
but
and
They
but
the
are
not
not.
fall
all
of
of
the
How
but
are
that
corrupt
you?
but
government.
So
Ralph,
you're
that
supposed to
Ralph.
stay there and
Ralph,
starve to death? Come
Let
on.
me
Ralph,
Ralph. Some
you're
and
asking
some.
for something that's not obtainable, brother. You're
What you
here.
mean?
No one's telling. I'm not telling black people to not buy goods from black farmers. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you're not saying that you think it's possible to fight both, to do both, to buy from black farmers and support the bill for black farmers. Why can't you?
I'm saying that's exactly what you buy from black farmers, support black farmers, take your resources and your
Yeah,
money out of Walmart, out of Target.
Stop, Ralph. When I asked you, do you support the Rescue Plan 2021 for black farmers and minorities? You said no.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I did not say that. You asked me about reparations.
You said yes and no.
Here's what you said. You said I do and I don't because they don't all deserve it. Now qualify that. Why don't they all?
That's true. Thank you. There you go. Those
That's
are my
what
words.
you said.
Those are my words. And I didn't say no. I said yes
you
and
said no.
no.
And you said no. Yeah, but you heard no
yes
first.
And no.
You
No,
said no
yeah,
first.
because I'm not sure.
And
Hold
Ralph.
on,
Yes
everybody.
and no.
Hold on. So let me rephrase that. Yes
And
or
Ralph.
yes or
And
no.
Ralph,
Do you support the 2021 rescue plan for Black farmers?
It needs to be. I gotta say yes and no because it needs to be tweaked better because it's not showing. If they were showing that they were putting that bill back, if they were showing that they were putting businesses such as Black supermarkets back into the neighborhood where I can see it happening, then definitely yes. But I can't see that.
Ralph.
Let me say something.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna mute.
Ralph, you can't expect all this stuff to happen overnight. Okay, we understand the need for our Black farmers to get their just due. But at the same time, when our Black farmers were getting behind, they lost a lot of their land because of these loans that they couldn't pay back based upon all this stuff. Now, all these white folks who are out here complaining, saying it's reverse discrimination. Nobody was hollering when they were getting all those free grants and all that kind of stuff. You didn't hear them say one word. They didn't holler about anything. But now that, and they know that these Black folks have been discriminated against. They know that. They've seen all of our land taken away. And you don't have to be, a lot of our cities were fine until bombings happened and burning up our stuff. That has happened all throughout the history in this country. So,
and that's my
where
point,
we are
today.
but my point is, you can't expect this administration to get it all right when we've had all these other administrations, even Republican administrations. Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, even under the other administration that was here before this one, not a damn thing was done about restoring farms or giving any money back to the farm, our Black farmers or anything. They keep hollering about reverse discrimination, so that means there was discrimination to begin with that needs to be rectified. And tell the white folks to stand in line. You need to stand at the very end of the line because you've had years, decades, millennial to get your act together. But you have deprived the people who farm this land. They said there was almost 1 million Black farmers in America. Now they're reduced down to like 1%.
Damn near 1,000. Less than 100,000.
Ridiculous.
Less than 100,000.
Yeah, and you got all these companies coming in here and buying up all this land that they know that is.
I don't want to take us off topic, but that's Martin Luther King's issue. We're combining us with with taking us out of
Well, I wouldn't say that.
I am going to say that because when you integrate your problem, you integrate immigrants into your problems, and now you have to open up boundaries.
Because when Black folks had their own towns and stuff, Ralph, what did they do?
You just announced when they did had it, they had to burn down.
When
Black
they
Wall
did,
Street.
okay, they did
burn down on Black Wall Street.
Why?
They
did though.
Listen, I'm not that old, and I remember going into Negro grocery stores in the early 90s, buying my 1-cent candy, going for my grandmama to buy chopped liver, to buy chicken feet and chitlins and stuff. I remember going to, I can ride there, I can get in my car right now and show y'all so many Black businesses shut down and ain't been opened up since 1990. But
what did they do, Ralph? They built highways through our communities. They did all kinds of stuff. There's farmland down in Florida. These brothers have over 200 acres of land. They want to put a train track through their land. I mean, that's what they do. They call eminent domain to take away from us for their justification of putting things through our land that we have. So when you got all that stuff going on, what are you supposed to do, Ralph? You had the same thing happen in California. Black folks own
educated people. That's what educated people to go to us. Go ahead.
When they holler eminent domain, you have Black folks that own land in California, so they have Black folks could go to the beach in California. What did they do? They took that land from them for eminent domain purposes, what they say, and they didn't do anything with that land. They left it sitting there. They just didn't want Black folks on the beach. So what are you supposed to do? That's the same thing that happened in Seneca Falls. It used to be Black owned, and then all of a sudden it wasn't, because they always claim eminent domain when they want to move a certain people out to take that land to do what they want to do with that. What are you supposed to do? I'm not understanding. What are Black folks supposed to do when Black folks are minding their own business, doing their own thing, not having integrated with any group of people, and they were doing just fine, and those things happen? What are you supposed to do?
And you know what, Andrea? If they don't like this plan, the rescue plan for 2021, if the Republicans don't like that, then why don't they make a better plan addressing Black farmers?
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to get to when you go to your neighborhoods and you have to put up your petitions and sign your forms and whatever. That's the things that they should be doing. Our people are misinformed and uneducated about that.
And Ralph, you say that the Black people left the South and took their farm, their businesses elsewhere. That's not true, because when I was growing up, every year men would they would take orders and go down south and support Black farmers, buy the watermelons, potatoes, the vegetables, and bring it back up, and they would sell it. But they were supporting Black businesses then. You don't understand the real history of what Black people in the early 1900s went through.
Those are side products. Those are called side products of
that's not side products. That's supporting a Black business.
That's called hustling.
That's not a hustle.
Anytime you uproot a business,
not a hustle.
Anytime you uproot a business, it's becoming a hustle.
It wasn't a hustle. How was it a hustle if they supported Black farmers? They didn't buy the bushels of corn and stuff they came up and sold. You're putting it into the perspectives of today. But I grew up when they had outhouses. I sat on an outside. I went to an outhouse, a raggedy, old, beat up outhouse in Virginia, in North Carolina.
You're not saying anything I haven't done, and you're older than me.
But exactly. That's my point. Exactly. I remember
done the same things you've done, and you're older than me.
I remember going down south and seeing for whites only, Black only. I remember going to North Carolina to see my great uncle. My mother took us because he was sick. And I remember getting off the train in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. I ran through the front door. My mother snatched me back and she said, "Stand by me, don't go nowhere."
45 minutes away from where I was born. I remember saying the same thing. My mom went to an all-Black school that was racist, no white.
I remember seeing all of that. I remember, and she told me I could because I went through the front door. But I wasn't used to it. And I saw it all. I've seen it all. I remember Emmett Till getting killed. I remember all of that. I remember every last bit of it. I remember when the TV had all white people.
Why you never talk about that, man?
You cannot take today's economy, the way things are today, and compare it to them. That is Black reparations for farmers who have been discriminated systemically since.
Most of them are dead. Most of them are even dead. You take 200 years of farmers, they're even dead. What reparations are they getting? Because I know they ain't going to their children.
They have families. These people had families back then.
They should.
Families. I had an aunt.
The majority of them are not getting that money. Those.
Look. Check it out, y'all. We gotta slow the communication down. But Ralph, you missed the point. Everybody can unmute themselves, but I just wanted to say this. Ralph, you have to immerse yourself in this issue of the Black farming so you can better understand it, brother. I'm not saying you don't understand anything, and I'm not saying you don't relate to it. What I'm saying is that if you immersed yourself in it, you will understand why what you said, it doesn't make sense, because they themselves are saying that they have inherited lands from their family members too. That's what farmers typically do, even the Black farmers. So it's not the way you're saying it, brother. There's aspects that you're not acknowledging that exist, and actually, I don't even understand why you just don't say you support the bill. You can't micromanage any of that stuff, but what you can do is know that, some people that got discriminated against racially that are Black farmers and other minorities, will actually get some compensation for it. Why aren't you for that?
You want me to come off? You want me to come off mute and answer that?
Yeah. Everybody can come off mute. I just wanted to get that in because I see y'all gonna go back and forth. So,
well, the reason why I'm saying that because I was trying to stick to topic. That I got thrown into a situation where I was forced to give an opinion, but my opinion is the same way you told Jade. Shit, do something about it.
Right, I'm talking about it. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about those people with the farms. Do something about it. My grandfather still owns the land. He still has farm land. He got to do something about it.
But they are doing something about it. Why
I got you. I'm saying for everybody. Everybody's not. So I can't talk for everyone. I can only talk for those who do, or those that I know are doing.
Well, I'm talking about it. I'm bringing the issue up. I'm saying it's a problem. I'm saying it's part of the political cycle we in right now too. I'm saying for the people that say, what have Biden and Kamala Harris done for black people? I raised this bill up and I said, hey, this is being fought in the courts because they use that language. Check it out. It's a fact. It exists. Beverly, you there? You got to come off mute, Bev. For some reason, you're on mute.
Yeah, hello?
There you go.
What did you say?
Yeah, no, I was just saying you was on mute. No, I was saying that's why I was going back to the question. People say that Kamala Harris and Biden have not done anything for black people. I pointed out a bill that says in the language, black people, black farmers, and minorities. They outlined black farmers in the bill. That bill is being held up in the courts right now by right-wing governments. I'm just saying, by the right-wingers. I'm just saying, why don't you support them getting justice? That's all I'm saying. Why can't you and get on with the next issue?
Why not? Why not? Because you know what? And when I say this is just a general statement. It's not directed towards Ralph, but these right wing people have Trump and his minions have brainwashed people with this $1,200 checks, stimulus checks that a Democrat started but didn't get through. Also, and you're never going to change them. You're never going to change them. You're never going to change them because they would rather support a man who has got 34 felony convictions and facing 84 more convictions, a known liar, a known rapist, a known sexual assaulter, and all of that stuff. But they want to get, Biden was too old. He didn't do nothing. Okay, you got rid of Biden. Now you got Harris. She's not black. What the hell does color have to do with people doing the right thing by people? It's just black people can be some of the messiest people going sometimes. And they getting on my nerves with the stupidity. Now that's my opinion. And if it offends anybody, oh, so be it. It wasn't intended to, but if you take exception to what I said, then there's nothing I can say.
I'm trying to figure out what does that have to do with anything. That's weird as hell because you can say all of that about Trump, and then somebody can say everything about Biden, and then somebody can say everything about Kamala, and that doesn't prove a point about anything.
No, everybody can't say everything about Kamala.
Yes, we can. We can say that
black men put their own selves in jail.
How about a child who don't want to go to school because they've been picked on or bullied, and they run away from home, and their parents know nothing about it, and then now their parents are now being summoned to court and prosecuted and sent to jail because of the acts of a child being ignorant. I can say a lot about that. How many parents were forced that lost their homes, their job, their property, starting over because of the acts of a child that Kamala has done. What about the acts
Kamala
of men
didn't do nothing to a child. Kamala has done nothing to a child.
She allowed to pass a law where children were
she
allowed to
didn't pass the law. What you guys are failing to realize? She was a prosecutor. She prosecuted
she's heavy on the case. She was proud to sign off on
law that was.
Hold on. Ralph and Beth, Ralph, You didn't hear what she said. What you said was incorrect, brother. Correct your statement. Kamala Harris did not pass any law. You told an untruth, brother.
No, she was proud to sign on that law to help pass that law. She was proud to sign on. I'll put a video of her.
No, brother. Look. She was a prosecutor. Prosecutors do not write the laws. It's just that simple. Now you got to figure out what issue you're talking about with Kamala Harris. Don't mix them up, because at one point she was a prosecutor, at another point she was a senator. You see what I'm saying? She's been elected several different times. I believe even as a prosecutor, she had to be elected. But prosecutors are elected to prosecute. They're not writing the laws, brother. So I think that's part of the misunderstanding about her. But look, I'm not trying to get into that, because even though Trump did all those things that are proven, right? I'm still talking about his record. So let's stick to the record. You see what I'm saying? Let's stick to the legislation. Let's stick to the laws. Let's stick to the executive pen. Let's stick to the courts, because that's how you get issues moved in the United States of America. If you want to deal with the law or you want to deal with politics, which is the law. You see what I'm saying? So we can't convolute the conversation and get anywhere. So I would just say, damn, I didn't mean to cut Beverly off. She fell out, but she was correct when she said that. Kamala Harris didn't write the law. Prosecutors don't write the law, they prosecute them. Presidents don't write the law, they sign them. You see? So we have to speak clearly about these things, because other people are listening to us and they're going to walk away and say the same things. Even if we say something incorrect, other people might hear it and just say, hey, yeah, and repeat it. So we can't do that, man. We got to stand on the things that we say. And if we can't prove what we're saying, we shouldn't be making the allegations about people. You see what I mean?
I never said whether it was prosecutor or not. Those just seem like a lot of words are being put into my mouth. It could have. All I'm saying is, all I said. Go ahead. What did I say?
You said she wrote laws.
Yeah, I said help pass laws, either as she was in the Senate or not. I don't know.
She was in the Senate before she became vice president.
Right. I never said when she was a prosecutor. I never said anything. I just said that
the kids. You were talking about the kids. It's due. You're claiming that it's due to her prosecutions.
No, I'm saying that she has a part of it. That's what I'm alluding to. She has a part of those situations where those children. I can't say all who signed the treaty or those bills. I can't say that because I don't know that. But I do know she was a part of it.
No, Ralph, you are fixated on her, and you don't know nothing.
No, I'm not. I was just going because she started name dropping other people's crimes. I'm just saying all of those people have some type of things that we don't like about them. So we shouldn't be basing it upon that. That's what I'm saying. Because I'm not voting at all.
Yeah, but I'm not picking up. To me, it's not even necessary to talk about Trump's his crimes, because everyone knows what they are. He's guilty of them, but it doesn't change the fact that he's running for president and could sign other laws into account if he gets to be president. It don't change that. So here's the thing, if we want to talk about a prosecutor, let's talk about the prosecutor and what they did while they were a prosecutor.
Why can't we talk about her as in the Senate? Because I can care less about
listen to my statement. And if you want to talk about a senator, let's talk about what the senator did as a senator. If we want to talk about a vice president, let's talk about what a vice president did as a vice president. And if we want to talk about a president, let's talk about the president and what he's done as a president. And here we have flat. And now, following your rules, I presented 2021 rescue plan, and you said you support it and you don't support it. But it was following your rules.
It's not following my rule unless they can come up with trillions of dollars that is going for 400 years.
Kamala Harris is a senator. She signed the bill to be signed by President Biden into law. She was a senator that did that. That's a part of her record. That's what she did as a senator. You see what I'm saying? And when that was presented to you, you can't even say you support it.
No, I cannot say I support it because I understand the obligations it was supported under. This is not something.
What's the obligation she was supported under?
COVID. This didn't come into play until there was a food shortage everywhere because of COVID.
Listen, brother. You're missing the things. It has nothing. COVID is a thing that affected everybody at a particular time. There's already COVID checks going out to everybody. That was COVID. Now, COVID can exist the same time discrimination exists, but even in that bill that was signed into law by Biden, they're talking about many years prior of discrimination, decades prior.
Right, which me and Miss Andre agree it should be more.
But Kamala Harris signed it. Biden signed it into law. Kamala Harris voted on it in the Senate. Biden signed it into law, and you can't even say you support it.
No, I cannot say I support it because the reason if I was to support something, it has to have my full support. This does not have my full support because it's not giving full benefits of what it costs. This is only giving a very partial, what they call minority support.
Yeah, but it should be
support.
It should be trillions. It should be trillions of dollars for all the industries that Black folks have been in, not just the farming.
That's right.
We're owed trillions of dollars. That's not, but that's not going to happen in the short term.
But Ms. Andrea, they can bring immigrants here, Ms. Andrea, and they get Asians get trillions.
But what I'm saying is all of these administrations could have been doing something to do that. All of them, all of the administrations could have. Some of them have, some of them tried, and some of them didn't. So, you can't just dump all this on them. At least they made an effort to do that.
Right.
That's my take on it.
Appreciate that.
Whether I agree with the amount could be higher.
Right.
It could be, and we know it should be, but that's not the reality.
Well, let's listen.
But at least something is being. You got to start the wheel somewhere.
Right.
You got to get
that's why I'm saying I can
motion.
agree. I can agree to semi-disagree because I can say it does not fall on just them to make everything right, but it does fall on them to make a better plan where it should have been uprooted right.
Who's the them? Who is the them?
Whoever you just named, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, whoever wanted to pass.
No, well, should have, but we could take it back to the Trump administration. Okay, we can take it back to the Obama administration. We can take it back to all these administrations that should have started the wheel in motion. So you can't. I'm sorry, Negro. I think that's where I disagree. You can't just now come and say that this group
point too for me
didn't do enough.
That the European basically you have to give that rights to Lloyd in London. You got to give that rights to the UK because this is a corporation now. So if you're going to be American, why take it out of the Americans' hands? Why?
Come on, man.
What out of our hands?
What are you talking about? Was that COVID
Take
check?
what out of our hands?
I didn't get it. I didn't get a COVID check. I didn't get anything from COVID. I didn't get anything.
So you saying Trump?
Take what out of our hands?
I couldn't even get anything because of the taxes. I didn't get nothing for no COVID, so I don't even want to talk about COVID.
Okay, so you're saying that everything Trump did is a part of a corporation?
Yes.
Okay, so why do you even care about anything Trump is doing?
I don't. I told you I don't. I'm not even voting. I like Trump. I'm just not gonna vote. I'm not voting. I'm one of those people who don't want to vote.
Give your taxes to the corporation, but you don't want to have any say in it.
That's by force. I do want to have say in it, but I haven't seen the corporate. I have not seen the corporate. That's like when you go to a job. And you got,
nobody's stopping you from voting. Nobody's stopping you from voting by force. Wrong. That's not true. That's not true.
I didn't say that. I said I don't want to vote. I know no one's stopping me. I'm a registered voter.
But you said it was by force.
Yes, it is by force because they're showing me that they have not done anything to change anything. So by force, I will not vote.
That's not force, brother. That's not force.
Well, that's what you see force is not. That's what if I see someone not doing something that I need, you're forcing me to get away from you.
That's a choice. Okay, they're forcing you to pay taxes.
It's a forceful choice.
No, Ralph.
A forceful choice.
Ralph, they're forcing you to pay taxes. They're not forcing you to vote. There's a difference.
Wow.
They're not forcing you to vote. They don't. If you don't want to vote, you don't have to. It's your right. But you don't have the right to not pay taxes, brother. They're forcing you. And if you don't, they will penalize you with more force. They will even throw you in jail. So I think you mixing words, man. You like, I don't know why you're doing that, but in any case, let's hear from some of the people you don't support and you don't want them getting none of the compensation.
Plan into law. Part of the legislation allocated $4 billion in debt relief to Black and other socially disadvantaged farmers. It was meant to rectify years of discrimination from the government and banks targeting farmers of color. But those who applied for the program have yet to see any money come in. That's because the initiative is facing legal challenges from white farmers. Alan Rappaport writes about this in the New York Times. He's an economic policy reporter in the Times who's been very busy covering. I've been reading your reporting, Alan, from Ukraine to this very important story. First of all, welcome. And tell us, you spoke with Black farmers who have yet to see, as I mentioned before, any relief after applying for
Bibi,
debt.
Pause it, Bibi. I got a question for you.
How this has impacted their livelihoods, their business. What kinds of decisions are they making that perhaps are pushing them deeper into debt?
That's right. There's a lot of disappointment out there. We talked to, farmers and ranchers from around the country and groups representing them. And basically they were told last year that they were going to be getting their debt relief, their loans wiped out as part of the American Rescue Plan. Many of them signed documents to the USDA and returned them, accepting this debt relief, started making other investments, knowing that they were in the clear. And then they got the rude awakening that the money was frozen and the program was frozen in the courts because of these legal disputes, and that they were going to have to wait. And they're still waiting and going deeper in debt now because of that.
Now, you write that lawsuits from white farmers and their lawyers have blocked the aid or the debt forgiveness. Tell us what these lawsuits claim.
Exactly. They're basically claiming reverse discrimination here because the government relief initiative is based on racial criteria. And they say that that's unconstitutional and against the law. The white farmers who are also struggling financially should also be eligible for such relief. And so they filed lawsuits. Groups of white farmers in various states across the country have filed lawsuits. And they've won injunctions, preliminary injunctions, in a couple of federal courts. And that basically froze the entire program. That happened, initially last June, before the money was actually able to be dispersed to these socially disadvantaged and Black farmers. So at the moment, the money is just sitting there, but it can't go out, and the debt relief hasn't been able to move forward.
Now, is the government fighting these injunctions? I believe I read from your reporting that the government isn't actively fighting the injunctions.
Well, they're in an interesting legal situation. They haven't technically appealed the injunctions, but they are litigating the cases in court, although that's going to take, quite a long time. Some of the next cases are going to be moving forward in March, but it could take years for this to work its way through to the Supreme Court. There's been some dissatisfaction on behalf of the Black farmers because they did not go ahead and appeal the injunction. I think there was concern in the Biden administration that if they did appeal the injunction and they lost, it could raise doubts about other race-based initiatives across the government and affirmative action type policies, and they didn't want to go that route. They were also hoping that they might be able to come up with another solution through the Build Back Better legislation, which is also stalled right now. So things are kind of in limbo.
One thing I found alarming from your reporting is that the government sent letters to a third of the
Go ahead, I can hear them. My question is for you. If a bank can decide who and when and where they want to give a loan to, how is it that farmers, my other minority white farmers, can put up a petition to stop the income of Black farmers?
Ralph, are you talking about what's going on here, what they're discussing?
Yes, but this right here, what they're talking about.
Ralph, you again, I'm gonna tell you this. You need to immerse yourself in this particular topic. It's going to enhance.
I'm just talking about what they're saying. That's why I'm asking the question. Because they're typically saying that the banks, the other people file petitions for the blacks to not get it.
Misheard, Rob. You see, they're not telling. What you need to do is hear what they're saying, go research it even more, and writing.
But I'm asking you so you can give me more insight so I can go research it.
Answer you. It's not the banks, brother. So first of all, I can't even answer nothing because they're not talking about the banks. The loans are not coming from the banks. It's coming from the government. The subsidies that farmers get is coming from the government. What happens is that it gets allocated from the federal level, goes to the state level, and puts in someone's hand that is ordered by the state to distribute, to accept applications, to receive funding. It's not the bank. And these people turned out who were supposed to look at people who have qualified applications, and fill them out and give them the loans, decided that when it comes to a minority, we just ain't going to do it. We're going to find any reason to refuse.
I'm just asking for clarification.
Hold on. And it's been going on for decades. And that, if you listen to the farmers themselves, they've been telling people that the entire time, and nobody's listening. People like you ain't hearing them, brother.
No, you got me mistaken. You're talking to defend. I'm asking for clarity. I'm asking for clarity to have more insight so I can do more looking into. Every time we talk and you tell me something or we talk, I go do my research. I do my research and come back with more information.
The banks.
So I'm just asking.
The banks are a private institution. It's not the banks they're talking about. It's the government. It's how the government is allocating the funds.
Okay. That's all. I'm just trying to get more educated on it. I'm just asking because it wasn't something I wasn't sure.
What's happening, Ralph? Somebody in your state said, fuck these minorities and these blacks. They ain't getting this money. That's someone on the state level said that. Someone appointed by the state, and it's not a bank. You see what I'm saying? That's what's going on.
That's kind of what I was alluding to earlier when I was talking about the state, but I wasn't sure if it was something that had to do with some type of state loaning system or just somebody that's in power saying we're just not going to do it.
No, it's not a loan. It's not a loan at all. It's compensation for discrimination. You see, the funds were allocated. The U.S. government has been what do you call it? Underwriting farmers for a generation, brother.
Yeah. I'm just saying we got to get out the defense mode so we can learn, because we can't learn while arguing. And I'm trying to be more educated about what I'm thinking.
I have no need to defend. I'm stating the facts.
I'm not talking about just you. I'm talking about us up here on your panel in general, because a lot of times we're just trying to dispute other people's point. So everyone wants to sound right instead of learning.
Negro Ralph.
I want to learn.
Negro Ralph, don't include me, Negro Ralph.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do include Negro Ralph. That's why I stop sometimes and I listen clearly and I say, let's calm things down and get to where we need to be.
I said, don't include me. That's what I said. Don't include me.
Oh, go. Okay.
But that's the thing about it, though, Ralph. But listen, I'm not just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying, immerse yourself. I'm not advising you either, but just in general, I'm advising people to immerse themselves in this case, because check this out. There's a lot of winning that can be done, a lot of understanding that can come out of it. Number one, you can find out why the statement, "What has Kamala and Biden done for black people?" doesn't make any sense. Then you could also figure out if you follow the case and why, because it's being stopped in the courts because of that language specifically. That's why. So then the other caveat that you get is you learn more about how the government has been funding people, right? Funding farmers, right? And then you get to learn what farmers haven't been getting none of that compensation for years based on discrimination. And then you get to learn how, guess what? When someone comes along and says, we want to rectify that, or for decades and decades of discrimination, how a government says, yeah, we understand your problem. Then somebody else comes in and says, we're going to stop it in the courts. We're going to fight against it. We don't want it. And who was it that fought against it? White farmers. That's who. Not Biden and Harris. It's white farmers and the lawyers that are Trumpian lawyers, Republican lawyers, because white farmers ain't got no fucking money. for lawyers. You know what I'm saying? This is not they picked those farmers to be able to make a case and brought the case to court. It's not the other way around. You see what I'm saying? It's a political move to stop funding to Black and minorities, and that's a Republican thing. You know, Republicans they don't want it. They don't want no.
Yeah, and I get that. Who wouldn't want to try to keep that community down? That's what we've been seeing. So so for me, it's like it's hard to even say why even accept it if we can still see that nothing has been done. It's been pushed, but they can fight against everything that's been pushed.
Right, and then the last thing is that you can understand how the government's working regarding discrimination and answering the systemic discrimination against Black people for generations, because of the language dispute in the courts and how this is being stopped. It's being stopped in other cases across the board too. So it's important that Black Americans know that. It's not that they haven't been trying to do something for Black people. It's that someone is stopping it.
Yeah, so look, they can even have the heads up. So it's almost safe for me to say, even if Kamala and Biden had the heads up about this and tried to do something, then something can end up being nothing. So what good is it to even push this message to the people if it can be just slapped on the wrist and thrown out the window?
Here's the point. Here's the thing. Because if you understand how it's being stopped, then you can do something about it. If you don't understand how it's being stopped, you can't do nothing about it. That's the point. That's exactly the point, Ralph. You see what I'm saying? And when you listen to a lot of our people out here talking, it's not all of us. It's just a small segment, but it's a significant segment. You can clearly hear that they don't understand how it's working. You see what I mean? Therefore, they cannot stop it. They don't understand that, but that's what we're trying to work with.
So you totally answered my question for me coming up here on the panel anyway. So this is what I was trying to get to the beginning. I was trying to understand, why is this being something that's being appreciated when it can actually be just like a hype, like, oh, we about to get LeBron on the Boston Celtics, and LeBron said, I'll turn around, I'm going to Golden State.
Ralph, here's why, brother, because you got the qualified testimonies of Black farmers. That's how you know it's not a hype, brother. Come on. What you talking about? You think there's not real Black farmers that's been discriminated against?
No. I know that, but then again, like I said, it's like you can be.
So you can
be hype about it until they shut it down.
So you're saying that the Black farmers that said something about this to their elected officials, right, gave their testimonies, gave their evidences, because their testimonies are evidences, right? You're saying that that's hype?
Yeah, it's hype until something's because you're hyped about it until it's done. And once you see the
check it out. And then when the government official says, I listen to you, I feel your pain, let's do something about this. And they draft it, not just sign it, they push a bill through Congress, push it through the Senate, get it to the president's desk, signed, then someone else comes along and says, we're going to stop it in the courts. You saying, you trying to say that they didn't really try to get this money to these people?
No. I'm saying that was the hype right there. Man, we did all this work. We put all this together for somebody that can override the president.
Oh yeah.
Listen, that's the hype. Like, we did the work, and now they can put a foot now behind and say, hey, we don't like the language you use. You're doing something discriminative, even though you do something discriminative for every other race of people on the planet. But when it comes to these minority Blacks, we got the right to say we angry about it.
Well, that's one thing. There's two issues there. One, the fact that ain't shit been done for centuries. The other is what's happening right now. You have to acknowledge what's happening right now. What happened is that the bill got passed and signed. Then it got stopped in the Supreme Court. And that is the case. That's how the system works. It's not just this case being stopped in the courts. So people need to ask themselves, who are the judges? What can we do about the judges? Can we elect them? Can we impeach them? Can we get them out? Because let me tell you, anybody fighting against any form of reparation for African Americans, in my view, is a criminal and a treasonist.
So I'm asking, who are the Supreme judges?
I'm not done. So, therefore, when you got government officials saying, get these judges off the bench, they're violating people's human and civil rights because the UN has demanded that the United States pay reparations, right? We need to do something about that. We need to listen to what they're saying, and we need to take some action. And if they're willing to take action, and we're willing to take action, we can change how these courts are working. The courts are unjust, but it's not going to answer, it's not going to solve the centuries. It's not going to solve it. It's not going to come fast, brother. It's not going to come in 10 years. If it comes in 10 years, it's because we're all immersing ourselves deeply in this topic. And when I say immerse, I don't mean emotionally. I mean knowing the details, how it works. Because again, if you don't know how it works, you cannot stop it. You cannot, no matter what you do. But if you know how the system works, you have a chance to. So do you want to have that chance? Or do you
I want to have that talk because we have so many Supreme judges at a time, such as the guy Brad Keegan. We have all of these Supreme judges now who they were elected by, who were put into power by. Those should be the people that we should be over looking like who put these people into power for them to see what type of people they are for them to overthrow this.
Right.
Now
the judges on the federal level and the judges on the state level, both will be involved. As you heard, if you listened earlier, right now the farmers, the rescue plan 2021 for Black farmers and minorities, it's being fought on the state level right now. You see what I'm saying? It's being fought. I believe that's the state level thing right now. Hold on. Wait a second. Let me just go back to my reference sheet here because I don't want to. It says, okay, key cases. When in Vilsack, Texas, one of the first major lawsuits filed by Sid Miller, Texas Agriculture Commissioner, on behalf of white farmers. And are these federal judges or are they state level? I think they're federal, but they're in different states. But I believe, Andrea, you know something exactly about that? The judges here in these cases? Is Andrea still there? Or Beverly, you know something about that? Let me bring this back up on the screen. Either one of them there?
No,
Andrea,
they're there, but they're not saying anything. And I'm telling you, 9 members of this court justice are federal cases within state. Neither one of these people are for the minority group. And now we have to find out who are the ones who are elected.
Right. Who's electing them? Right. Who's putting them?
So that's my point of me saying, yeah, that's the hype. Because now we can oversee that. So what if a president passes? We understand he has to go over. He has to veto the right to veto things, but the Supreme Court, things like that, has the right to override. So now what are we saying for our people? We're saying that you can have something pushed, but it won't be followed through with.
I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
We're not saying it won't be followed through with. What we're saying is...
Hello, what was that question again? Because I can't hear you guys.
What we were saying is that if you're not aware of what's going on, you can't do anything about it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Belle.
I can't hear you guys. I don't know why I can't hear you.
Okay, so
I just came in the house because I wasn't home before. And I want to answer the question, but I'm not sure what was asked. So I don't want to...
She got to log out and log back in. Just log back in, Beth. But check this out. Look, so many people that I talked to, and this is where it started. This morning, I was on Urban Politician channel, right? Talking about this. He had no idea about the bill. He had no idea. You see what I mean? And a lot of our people that tend to be very angry at Kamala and Biden had never heard of it. No idea anything about the bill. But just because you heard about it today, start asking deep questions right now. Go in and look and find out if it's true in the detail, and then come back and let's have another conversation, because it's not that they're doing all of this for fun or for show, or that they don't think it's going to work out. They're finding out and dealing with it step by step. They're actively engaging it. If you listen to what he just said, he's telling you what their plan is to fight, to to get it through the courts. Here,
farmers who applied for this debt
quite a long time. Some of the next cases are going to be moving. Hasn't been able to move forward.
Now, is the government fighting these injunctions? I believe I read from your reporting that the government isn't actively fighting the injunctions.
The injunction means the fact that the money has been stopped. See, there's a choice. The judge didn't have to issue an injunction. The money could have been released. You see what I mean? And you could come back and try to fight it later. You see what I mean? But instead, the judge said, the monies won't be released until the case is solved completely. Now let's go.
Well, they're in an interesting legal situation. They haven't technically appealed the injunctions, but they are litigating the cases in court, although that's going to take, quite a long time. Some of the next cases are going to be moving forward in March, but it could take years for this to work its way through to the Supreme Court. There's been some dissatisfaction on behalf of the Black farmers.
So what that means right there, what that tells me right there is what Biden administration and others have been talking about, removing certain judges from the Supreme Court because of corruption. Yes, and removing the adding term, removing the lifetime judge appointment and turning it to term limits is one of the big fights that the Democratic Party is going to be having coming up in the very near soon future, likely in the next presidency.
So why are we hearing when those majority tax breaks came for farmers for the major corporation people? Why aren't we hearing them? We're saying, oh, that's racist as well. We was giving it to we're not hearing the reversism of it.
Ralph, it's because the Democrats aren't trying to stop. The Democrats are a working party. They've been working with everybody. You see what I mean? Republicans too. So if it's something good for American business, they're supporting it, but they're not going to support American business fleecing Americans. That's where they step in. But if it's something that is in support that they need, that's legitimate, like bringing some of the chips creation back to America, bringing it back to Silicon Valley instead of it being in China because of security issues, those are valid things. The Democrats have supported that. The problem
why are they doing it for minorities then?
The problem is that it's the Republicans mainly fighting racial justice, brother.
I'm just asking because it seems like, if you're saying they can't do it for one, but then they're doing it for another, and then when you go to tell me,
brother, you just said it. What you complaining about right now is what Republicans do. That's who you're complaining about.
Well, I'm complaining for the fact that I believe nothing will ever get done because they're showing you is ring around the rosy.
Brother,
what they're talking about is ring around the rosy.
The ring around the rosy.
Republicans doing it, brother. That's the
ring. Exactly. That's what I was going to say. The ring around the rosy is the Republican Party. That's why this election should be, in Black people's minds, should be more about getting people in there who will support the Black agenda. We need to get people in there, white, Black, purple people leaders, that support. The Republican Party has said since Obama was in, they intended to make Obama a one-term president. He got 2 terms, but he didn't accomplish anything because Mitch McConnell, I forget the guy's name who was the Speaker of the House before him. I forget his name. Then you got these new people in there now. That you can't see, and I'm saying this in general. I remember civics classes need to be taught. The president can only sign bills. He can suggest bills. He can put them out there, but it takes the Senate and the House of Representatives, the House, to pass these bills. And he does it. And Biden, they got rid of Biden, but they didn't think about getting Kamala. And Kamala it's more of a vote for democracy and to save the democracy, because Project 2025, it started with Reagan. I've been doing some research on that. It started with Reagan. This is a buildup.
It did start with Reagan. It did.
It started with Reagan, with Jimmy Carter. They made Jimmy Carter a one-term president. because my mom said they did it because Jimmy Carter was too honest. But it was more than that. He broke the pilots union. Reagan did, and that was the downfall of the unions. The unions were the backbone of America, the working people, the Democratic Party. If you know your history, the Great Depression was started by Herbert Hoover, who was a Republican, a rich Republican, who didn't care about the masses of poor people. And as far as the reparation for the farm, that started because excuse me, that started because when Franklin Roosevelt made the farm bill, he left it to the state, not the federal government, to distribute the money. The southern states stole from the black farmers. They didn't give them the money. They basically, if they paid them little pennies for what it was worth. They gave them what it was worth. The farmers took the money and moved on. And you said something before, Ralph. You said something that the blacks took their businesses and went. They did support black business then, because every year there were groups of men who would go all over the South, get goods and bring it back. And I lived in Georgia in 2016 for about 4 or 5 years, from 2015 to 2020. And black farmers sold their goods to their collard greens, their cabbage. You could get them for $2.99. You could get like 2 bushels, not bushels, but 2 bunches of collard greens for $3. Nice big cabbages $4. So black farmers are being supported, but you know, you can't put it's a form of reparation for the mistreatment. That's all I can say from what I read, and I comprehend very well what I read. So, it's just the combinations, everything. And I've learned also through all this nonsense, it's who you put in office in your local elections that count. The presidency is fine, but the president doesn't make the laws. He can make, but he can't. He can sign it into effect. But if the Senate doesn't pass it and the House doesn't pass it, that's just like I wrote it, and I didn't write a darn thing, And then too, something else you said, Kamala Harris, she prosecuted young men according to the law that she had nothing to do with, that she didn't write. When she became a senator, I'm not sure of this part, so I won't say it, but she had a program in California for first-time nonviolent offenders, who had program to get them on track, help them get their vote, the right to vote back and everything, got them trained in good jobs, got them scrubbed. So she didn't put black men in jail. She just followed a law that somebody else wrote. She did her job. That's what a prosecutor does. And she also did her job as a senator and as an attorney general. She put things into place to help, but nobody wants to see that. Everybody is so brainwashed with the Republican agenda. This Republican agenda has been Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, everybody. The Supreme Court was stacked with Clarence Thomas, who never should have been. Nobody took it serious. He was supposed to, nobody took him serious. The Bushes, they weren't as bad as the Republicans are now, but they were a part of it. They took these guys and put them on the Supreme Court, So it's a lot. And if you go back to basic civics, freshman in high school civics, you'll see it. The 3 branches of the government, and the president can only do what the Congress allows him to. And the role of the vice president it's more, to me, this is just my opinion, to me it's more symbolic than it is anything that a vice president can do. She can talk to the president, advise him, and if there's somewhere, like if there's a funeral or something and he has to be, say, in another country, she can go represent him then. But she works for the president. And the succession of it going down, when Biden stepped down, by her being the vice president, she was the obvious choice to put, because if he could not fulfill his duties according to the Constitution, the vice president would take over. So,
facts.
yeah.
Hey, yeah, exactly. Hey, but I appreciate everybody for coming up. I gotta shut down shop now. It's been like 4 hours and 33 minutes and 58 seconds. So I didn't plan on being out.
And VB, look, man, no matter what we disagree on, if I unsubscribe, whatever, if I'm not liking the topic, I would never try to take away from your audience. I would never turn around and just, to me, that's too corny. That's not my character, not my nature. I always scream so support of your channel, even if I don't like or don't want, even if for things I don't like, you have a way of putting your own things together. I'm not going to take away from your channel. Now, I might not like some of the things how I'm being treated, but I'm still damn sure not going to just go.
Ralph, you know, I treat you with love. I treat you with love, Ralph.
I'll say that you give me a
we just challenge you. That's all.
Yeah,
you lucky I ain't got my belt over there. You lucky.
I'm lucky what?
He lucky I don't have my belt.
You give me a feeling of, let's keep it respectful. Even though you might not like what I'm talking about, even if you might not fully understand the premise where I'm coming from, I still get somewhat of respect. And I just like to keep it that way. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't bring disrespect to y'all. I don't call y'all out your name. I don't go against y'all points. I don't call nobody on this channel outside their name. You know what I mean? I respect everybody on this channel, no matter if I like you or not.
Not on the show, but it's all good.
You know I bring you love, because you sometimes you get a little overboard, but you are right with me. Now there's some that's been on here that I really don't like.
I'm gonna take my comment back because I did felt it was clowned out how I was trying to speak. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn.
Yeah, and I timed you out. I sure did, because you was having a temper tantrum. I timed you out.
No, I wasn't. No, y'all was having. I'm like, damn.
No, y'all. No, I wouldn't.
Oh, you timed me out. You timed me out.
I sure did.
Hit the motherfucking button. Hit the motherfucking button then.
What?
I was gonna time you out also, but I wasn't.
I just timed.
Oh, I see what this is. Oh, I see this is just like Kamala.
I just did comment.
This is dictatorship. Is this like
I didn't
Trump?
time you out. I just it says, do you want to keep this comment showing? I said hide it. That's what I did. I didn't time you out.
I don't know. Well,
I don't know how to do that part.
I'm just joking.
I
do. Pulling on.
I do, but I would never take it out of you. I just give them time to cool off a little bit.
Yeah, because it was basically putting lies in my mouth. But understand, I still respect y'all. I respect y'all, and I'm not going to do that.
We appreciate you, Negro. You sure do.
Thank y'all. Love y'all.
I don't even call you Negro, because I hate that word.
I like that myself, but you know.
Yeah.
All right.
I like the
y'all
word.
Y'all have a good night. I catch y'all on the next one. Maybe the possible. I'll be around. Definitely.
Okay, Negro.
Once the politics stuff stop, I'll be back. But I'll be around.
Okay.
This should bring it.
All right, Negro.
Have a good evening, Ralph, and behave. You know, I always tell you to behave. You know that's what I say.
All right.
Oh, and did I tell y'all somebody else got a problem with Kamala Harris? Did I tell y'all who it was?
Who?
First of all, we must internalize the flatulation of the matter by transmitting the effervescence of the Indonesian proximity in order to further segregate the crux of my venereal infection.
Yes, y'all. I'm out of here. I appreciate everybody for coming through. Yeah, you know, it's good. It's good to have folks back. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any. I got mad appreciation for Ralph. You know, we don't always agree on every topic. You know, we chop it up, but it's all good. I mean, you can't have a good dialogue without difference of opinion. You can't learn without difference of opinion. And I've been saying that the whole time. And although I don't disagree with Ralph on everything, there's a lot we agree with. You might not hear us talking about. We from the same area. You know, he's from VA, I'm from DC, and it's kind of like that in the DMV. In the area, we culturally are very much aligned with each other. So even in things like politics, politics is not everything. It's not what we're doing 24/7. Once we get finished talking about who we're going to vote for, then we get down to enjoying our lives in our culture together. And so there's a difference. So I appreciate Ralph on that. I appreciate Andrea, Beverly, and also you too, Jay. But man, come on, we're going to learn. We're going to learn. But I appreciate everybody for coming out. Once again, if you didn't hear where we started out on, I was on, what is it, Urban Justice? Let me go back to that. It was this morning, I was on the brother's channel, Urban Politicians. Right. I was on Urban Politicians, and I got a chance to hop up on his panel. The brother was gracious enough to have me up. And although we did have a disagreement, I found out he didn't know about the Rescue Plan Act for Black Farmers and Minorities 2021. So that was interesting. But, you know, these are things we need to talk about. That bill being held up in court, everybody should follow that, because what happens with that bill is going to show you the entire process of the United States government law, how things are done and how things are not done. You see what I mean? How things get stopped. And right now, although that bill for $4 billion to Black farmers and other minorities that was allocated by the Biden administration, it got stopped. It got written in the Congress. It passed the Senate. It got signed by Biden with his blessing, and then it got stopped in the court by right-wingers, right? Saying that it was racist, saying that justice for discrimination, decades of discrimination, is racist. It's racist to provide justice for decades of discrimination. That is why it's being held up in the court. That's their claim. It's not over yet, but there's been an injunction which has held up the money and the payments to the farmers that have been going into debt year after year after year. So that's what that was about. That's what today's topic was about. And if we follow that, we'll get a lot of other answers about why this hasn't happened or why that hasn't happened. And mainly it answers, it's a good question for the people that say, well, what have Biden and Harris done for Black people? Well, did you hear about that? Did you hear about this? They're saying it's racist. The right wingers are saying it's racist to do anything for Black. Okay? With government funding. That's what they're claiming. That's why the $4 billion has been held up in court. You dig? So research it yourself. You can research it yourself. You don't have to ask me all the questions. Go research it, because guess what? You might find out that you support the bill. You might get angry that such funds have been held up. Maybe one of the farmers is your uncle, your aunt, your cousin, your sister, your brother, and that they not getting the funding now. What do you think about that? So on that note, I'm out, everybody. I appreciate y'all. And be good. We'll catch you on the low next time. Peace.